Welcome back, everybody, to The Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob. I'm joined today by my co-caster, Heritage. And here we are. We're kicking off the NA postseason with the North American Challenger Cup. This is so exciting that we're finally here. Just concluded the EU Challenger Cup not too long ago, and that was already very, very entertaining. If you've never been into a Challenger Cup format before, it is a Swiss-style tournament. We've got a bunch of teams that have all had matches generated. They're going to play in those matches. Whoever wins gets the point. Whoever doesn't win doesn't get the point. If there's a tie, it goes off of a tie, and all the teams will move on to the next round. And so over time, we will start to see some of these higher priority matches appear, because the two teams that are the two highest placed in today's Challenger Cup will go into a best-of-3 game tomorrow that will occur around the same time, so 6 EST once again. But we do have our first matchup here for round 1 of the Challenger Cup. It is going to be 1Unit versus Spectral. And Heritage, if you want to tell us a little bit about these teams, I'll go ahead and give them the signal to start.
Okay, yeah, while we give them the signal, let's talk about how, especially in this Challenger Cup, if we could cut to the standings, this might be the most stacked Challenger Cup we may have seen in Breachers. You got some notable names, such as Ground Zero, Rect, VVV, a couple others that I'm probably forgetting off the top of my head, but there's basically now, there's no margin for error. If you have basically 2 losses, especially because now with CC we're doing 5 rounds, basically if you lose at least a minimum of 2, you might not be able to go to tomorrow, which, speaking of tomorrow, how will tomorrow work, Bob?
Yeah, again, so it is going to be that best-of-3 matchup. So we will have 2 highest-placed teams here, again, at the end of today. And then those 2 teams will, again, they'll play in a best-of-3 matchup tomorrow. And that will determine who is the 8th spot and will be the last team going to the close qualifiers next week. So it is very important to win for these teams here, because they are also competing for that VRML gunskin, which we got confirmation from Triangle Factory today will be recolored after demand from the community. So there's a lot on the line here for these teams, lots of bragging rights, and of course that shot at going to VRML Con coming up this July, the 20th and the 21st. We're currently waiting on the teams to start this matchup, but if I had to make a guess as to where we'd be going, well, actually, we are going to go to Hideout. So it's a better performing map for Spectral in terms of data. 83 rounds played there. They've won 57% of those. And for 1Unit, 43 rounds played there. 53% of those rounds have been won. So I don't know. Is there a side that you would prefer to start on, Heritage?
I think over time, a lot of people kind of preferred starting as Revolters, because even though now, over time, now the current meta is just that it really doesn't matter, I think you still want that preference of starting as Revolter, so you don't have to push in and worry about flanks when on this, as an Enforcer. Meanwhile, on Revolter, you could just simply hold a bomb site, you could just hold angles. As I do believe the stats do make sense. I said it's fully even, around that 50 percentile. For both of these teams, as that button is going to be pushed, as we will be heading into Hideout for that first map.
And here we go, kicking off the North American Challenger Cup with Spectral versus 1Unit. Taking a look at the starting ecos from both sides. Spectral, across the board, Spectrals. I would be very upset if it was anything different. And over on 1Unit, 3 Spectrals, a Jesper, and a Taurus. So pretty interesting spread of economy here. And I'm not seeing any kind of util from 1Unit, Heritage.
I think they just kind of want to start off. Oh no, the moment you say that, there is a frag grenade in play. But Man, this is why we don't say stuff early as commentators. We get it wrong half the time. But yeah, maybe they just want to build off just getting a Vezin. Maybe have that hero heading into that second round. Because you want, basically in Challenger Cup, you kind of want every single advantage you're able to get.
And here we go into the first round. A drone makes its way into Garage, looking to move Spectral in, who is starting off on the offense, and one unit taking defense. Stanky making their way through the laundry hallway right now, taking out Cohen with a beautiful S-tier frag grenade. 2.5 minutes on the clock right now as that drone spotting Itzos in the back of the kitchen. There goes the breach from Garage as Spectral is on the move. There's a flashbang that's going to flash both Ida and Iconic One. Flare taking out Itzos as we see multiple swings. Flare finds one, Stanky finds one, and it's now just down to David Jonado, who does go down to Flare as Spectral making an early impact here with a 1-0 game against one unit.
And an early statement and an early round 2. That round happening in just a couple of seconds. As it was a very, very aggressive push coming in from Spectral. They've got at least one pick inside that Garage. They just made the decision hey, we have Garage. Why not just go for this? We're able to clear out Laundry. And the moment they do that, they push through Laundry. They have that wall available. And that flash there to top it off to flash at least 2 members of one unit. And essentially deny them that map control heading into that A-bomb site. And that ended up giving the round to Spectral.
Yeah, it was a very, very aggressive opening, wasn't it? I mean, they went in, they had that cleared out lightning fast, and it should be a very interesting matchup if it continues to go to that level of pace. But we do see Spectral purchasing that round 2 Vezin. It's in the hands of Kazak's Flare with that Viper. You know, we saw beautiful use of the Viper today from War Dogs over in Europe, who, I mean, they mastered the Viper. So we could definitely see Spectral gain a foothold against one unit in this round, who again is on an eco. They are with Spectrals across the board as a flash goes in. That's going to get Jonado's Flare making their way in, making entry for the team. Finds one with that Viper as they do get refragged by Jonado. However, G-Monkey on the refrag there as Cohen playing center of site B also will go down to Kazakhs. G-Monkey finds Iconic One as it's now just down to Itzos, and the EMP has been planted, and Spectral find another round against
They're just not giving one unit a break.
No, not at all.
At all. They just pushed through, and that early gunfight, I believe, I'm not sure where it was, but that single pick, and I'm not sure if one unit did this, but I think they left that garage door kind of open and only had one defender on that B-bomb site. And if you're starting on that bottom floor, especially, you want to pay attention to that gym. Because the moment that wall's open, that is essentially the hardest retake if you're on the Revolters. Basically, if that's planted and you basically have nothing, you might as well just start to save. And essentially, that's why you see a lot of teams in the North American side try to make this effort onto Garage, because they know if they're able to get there, they're able to clear that site and get that EMP plant, they're guaranteed to win that round.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit to lose once you're in a post-plant situation there, but we'll see what one unit does. They currently have purchased 3 rifles, and Itzos running Spectral with Iconic One on the Cyclone. But, I mean, look at this. I mean, Spectral just has, the money right here. They've got a lot saved up from 2 wins. They haven't lost too many of their players, and here they go again, making early entry into Garage, droning out, clearing for roamers, and one unit doesn't really have too many roamers out on the field. I don't know if they have any, but we do see G-Monkey picking up Iconic One very, very early into the round. Beautiful shot placement through the wall there. There's a frag, S-tier frag as Stanky drops 2, and we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Itzos takes themselves out with a frag, and it's now just down to Cohen.
And down he goes as Stanky ends up getting that kill, and Stanky being the main impact player there, getting 2 with that frag grenade. And able to just somehow get, I don't even know how he managed to get the one in pantry when it looked like he was starting to retreat. But yeah, the side of Spectral are just not giving up any rounds whatsoever.
I mean, they have really been on fire here. They've just been dominating.
It's always been 3 players alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 3 or 4 players alive. They've at least only dropped at most. They've never been in a situation where it's been 2 VXs or 1 VX. So it's just been a really strong start for Spectral.
Yeah, so if you're 1 unit, I think you're starting to ask the question, how do you get control of this game? You know, I would say they need to find ways to slow Spectral down. Door blockers, incendiary smoke, some kind of, utility to slow them down and force them to take their time a little bit more with the push. Because right now, they are just breaking their way into sight. They're rushing them immediately, and they're not giving 1 unit any chance to react. They just lost their big rifle rounds, and now that they only have 2 Vezins and a Knut up, we'll see if they manage to find some momentum against Spectral.
Yeah, and the side of Spectral are going to be starting off with the top balcony side, and a drone there to clear as G-Monk is able to find one, as Kha'Zix is able to take down O's behind those boxes. And that is balcony control for the side of Spectral. They have multiple options. As they have that AWOL, they're going to start to spam through it. And they have Flare on that window. So this A push is definitely going to happen. Nade thrown through the bathtub. And incendiary thrown is it's going to be able to take down Stanky to 1. But Flare with the Knut able to take 1 down. But David's able to find 2 before he goes down. It's all down to IDOT in a 1v3.
And IDOT does manage to find the kill onto Flare. Will they be able to secure? Oh no, Flare had a Knut. Oh, I thought Flare might have had a Vezin at that point, but no. So now there's 45 seconds left on the clock, and 1 unit is going to have to defuse that EMP. G-Monkey firing some shots at IDOT, looking for a potential swing, but IDOT just, I mean, I probably wouldn't take the bait here. Maybe try and go around for the flank. You've got 2 people watching that door, and now there's 1 on the flank. It's just they're in a really, really tough spot. Now, they might be able to find G-Monkey here as they do switch over to their Knut, and G-Monkey, no, with that cloaking device, finds the pick onto IDOT. It's a 4-0 game. I mean, Heritage, they lost, not only did they immediately lose control of Family Room, but they also lost both of their Vezin players really early into the round.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. Maybe they got a little bit too aggressive. Maybe just wrong positioning. But it is something to note that the way that Spectral has been playing, it's really, really difficult to maybe hold them off. We've seen it happen. You know, I believe it was Jonado able to find at least 2, or probably someone else. But yeah, they need to find something. Not sure what it is, but maybe a couple of door blockers, maybe playing a couple of off angles like we've seen back in the European Challenger Cup. But it just has to be something something Spectral doesn't expect. Because right now, the way that 1U is playing is that they're playing very, very basic. They're playing in really, really common angles where it's very easy to get pre-fired.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Spectral has been doing. I mean, yeah, they're in spots that you can get pre-fired easily, and Spectral has been pre-firing. So they've got to do something here to start building up some momentum, to slow down Spectral as much as they can. So yeah, to your point, what do you do if you're in that situation? Door blockers, maybe, sit in some off angles. It really seems like the only thing that they can do right now. They only have 2 Vezins fielded as their economy continues to suffer through repeated losses. G-Monkey finds Jonado as Stanky takes out IDOT. Iconic drops both Kha'Zix and G-Monkey with a collateral kill from a Spectral. Very ironic considering that the team they're going against is Spectral. But anyways, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock as the EMP is actually down outside of the building. They have control of the site. But look at this. I mean, Cohen, Itzo's pushing way in, finds the kill onto Flare as SafeSum, the last member. It is a 2 versus 3. Stanky picks off Iconic one. Going around for the flank, potentially through Foyer, as SafeSum in the back of Kitchen right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that EMP got outside, out of all things. They have control. Spectral does have control of B site. And I thought, yeah, this would have been normal. They would have got the plan. They would have won the round. But it made it a lot more interesting that they managed to lose it as Stanky walks through garage and gets his head clipped off. As it's down to SafeSum in a 1v2 and drops, as that's going to be the first round in this map for 1 unit. And hopefully they're able to just forward this momentum because they're definitely going to need it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a round that they needed to win. That's going to help them reset a bit, give them some extra money to play around with here. Joe Nato picking up the Canut, while Cohen, Ida, Itzos, and Iconic all picking up those Vezins. They've got some util now. And Spectral, I mean, you know, they've won 4 rounds in a row. They've got the money to recover from this, and probably another loss as well, and still be able to comfortably purchase the weapons and util that they need. But yeah, I mean, we've seen great momentum here from Spectral in this first half. Best case scenario for them right now is to go 5-1 into their defensive half, as one unit's best case scenario is a 4-2, which would help them if their idea has been to build up attacking momentum and
I do want to point something out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that I've noticed that one unit only has 2 defenders. They only have 2 defenders on site for this site, and I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Maybe just play a little bit unique, but they just completely gave up the bomb sites. But this might work well unless I'm absolutely proven wrong.
And look at this, Joe Nato tucking in storage. Did that drone miss? Oh my, no, Joe Nato missed, but they did get the kill as Itzos finds Stanky and takes out another one, a double onto Flare. And as quickly as Spectral started to build momentum, Hertaj, we're in a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, not even 30 seconds in, just one mistake. They just hit W key into garage and fell as Saysom's able to make at least some movement into the side, able to take down Jonato. But this is going to be such a massive stagger because it's 4v2.
Yeah, and this is a big moment. I mean, you can't save here at all. You're going to have to play for some picks. They have 2 minutes. I just realized that that whole thing, it felt like it took the entire round, but no, we still have 2 minutes left on the clock. So Save Some and G-Monkey, they can absolutely, rotate here and try and reset and find a different angle to work with, but how is one unit going to respond to this? We've got 1.5 minutes on the clock now. Again, they can't save. 2 Vezins against 4. And there are still some support items here on Spectral. They've got 2 Cloaks, they got Breaching Foam, they got a heal. So they do have the capacity to win this, but, I mean, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult against 2v4 because the moment you make noise, or the moment you get a kill, that whole team's going to start to rotate. And the moment there's a Breaching Foam, I'm not sure if IDOT heard that, but the audio cue's there. The proximity alarm's gonna go off. As now the side of one of you knows, as G-Monkey is able to take down IDOT, the EVP is up. G-Monkey finds 2. Iconic able to take down Saysom, and it's down to a 1v2, down to a 1v1. G-Monkey, as this might be a 2v4 clutch, as the EMP is going to start to scan, and look where the EMP is planted. That's gonna allow G-Monkey to just run outside, play a very difficult off angle. It's now going to start to slow walk.
Oh, man.
To A.
And I wonder if G-Monkey saw the feet of Cohen, who's just walked by the door. Yeah, I think somebody saw it. Maybe a spectator from Spectral was watching that hallway, potentially listening. But Cohen now baiting. I think Cohen is expecting it's coming from the river. No, Cohen knows, but G-Monkey finds that pick first. And it is a 5-1 game as we head into the second half. Now, do we think it's going to be a 5-1 curse, Hertaj?
I hope it is, because this would be one. If I'm one unit right now, this would be a sad way to have at least 1 loss on your record, because that loses the chance to. Basically, your chances to qualify for tomorrow are a lot lower,
right,
compared to others. And even though it's just the top 2, it is a very, very tight margin.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many. I think this is really interesting because this really spotlights some of the lower ranked teams that we don't always get to see during the regular season. And, even when you're at this level, you're not at the Acer level or the Aspect level. These teams are still playing really, really well. And they still have a very, very solid understanding of the game. And, I mean, we still have plenty of very, very interesting matches. This is just the first one in the first round. And we'll see what happens here as Spectral now move to their defensive half. Is this going to be one unit's opportunity to turn things around and potentially, find a little momentum for their team and maybe go, we could see a 5-1 curse. We've seen that
I
today
wish.
already.
Yeah, and the way that one unit has been playing on Revolters, having way too many people off the site, that it could work on the side of Fortress, as you have that ability to start to pinch onto these other bomb sites. And I hope they're able to know this, and maybe just using that same skill set from the Revolter side, they're able to use this into Enforcers and have a better score.
And here we go with just 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. IDOT stacking outside of bedroom right now as Itzos finds a kill on Stanky. Here comes the flash in. That's going to catch G-Monkey as IDOT looking to get that EMP planted. They have a frag as Kha'Zix looks to go for the swing. Iconic One going to secure that refrag. G-Monkey finds the kill on Iconic One, securing another refrag as Flare looks to push up. Itzos finding the kill on G-Monkey as Cohen takes out Flare, and it's now just down to a 1 versus 2 with Save Some having to deal with both Cohen and Jonado. Cohen looks to swing up, and it's a 5-2 game as we could potentially see the start of one unit turning this game around on Spectral.
Yeah, and now you can see the pressure there, and it was a little bit off pace for one unit, but now just playing a lot more aggro. And from what I said, having that flank, having 3 roams for some reason on Revolters, if they were able to convert that to Enforcers, and they were able to take a couple of picks, and they're able to have it fully even, having 2 members left on the side of one unit, and now you can see them having that Hero Vezin available, and hopefully they're able to take this Hero Vezin and convert it into a 5-3 score, and that round also gave them a morale boost. And you can see the utility coming in and that economy from one unit. They're able to stack on flashes, on grenades, essentially be a lot more prepared than Spectral.
Yeah, and we'll see. Maybe, this could be the start of the 5-1 curse. That would be a
I can't
crazy
believe
way
I
to
coined
start
that phrase. It's
You coined the 5-1 curse. Well, yeah, that's quite the claim to fame there, as we see Flare downstairs tucking in the corner of gym with Jonado, Iconic, right outside of that exterior gym wall. 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, as one unit. They're definitely not as fast as Spectral. Frag tossed out on the balcony. They are still a pretty quick team, but yeah, that was.
that had some bounce to it. I'm not sure
it did.
Maybe the grenade physics didn't go well.
I guess maybe it was like an anti-air frag and they were expecting maybe they had a drone or something.
yeah, it's just what was that? Those like anti-air missile things that the United States has,
yeah,
or like every other country.
Yeah, there you go. Something along the lines of that. As Flare is going to get picked maybe by Cohen. One unit on the move throughout. Whoa! Stanky drops from behind on the hatches. G-Monkey finds the kill onto Iconic One. Picks up a second onto IDOT. And it's now just down to Itzos and Jonado. Could this push, could this 5-1 curse not actually be a 5-1 curse? We'll find out. It's a 2 versus 2 Kha'Zix and Save Some versus Jonado and Itzos with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Itzos making their way into storage. Did they recover the EMP? No, they didn't. They still have 1 minute 20, so there's time, but I don't know. Itzos was right there. Wouldn't you at least pick up the EMP?
You would make the attempt, but the better option for O's just go for that Vezin.
Goodness, wow.
As that's what O's did, drop down from that hatch and retrieve the important gun and just able to prevent Spectral from getting that hero and potentially throwing that round, as O's is going to start to set up for that breaching foam. It's going to actually be a pinch as Jonado able to find Save Some, as now Kha'Zix is stuck between both members of one unit, as the 5-1 curse might actually strike, as unfortunately I don't think that EMP plant will fully go through, but yeah, great decision thinking coming in from Osa. I do think that not going for EMP was a little bit questionable, but having that decision to say, hey, why do I need to go through here if I could just go up top through the garage and drop down hatch to retrieve the better gun is, I think a pretty pivotal play.
Yeah, I'm wondering, maybe Os's line of thinking was, I'm not going to recover the EMP in case I die when I drop the hatch, and then my teammate, doesn't have to go too much further to recover it. I don't know. Excuse me, not quite sure what the mindset was there on that particular play, but hey, it worked out for one unit. They're now just 2 rounds off of tying this game up against Spectral. Now, Spectral have had a lot of time in this second half, so now they've got 4 Vezins up. They've got 2 heals. So this is a good chance for them to potentially break this cycle of losing to one unit and potentially make this a 6-3 game. But we shall see. The sights are up on the top floor once again. As we see Itzo's opening up the skylight drones coming out. And I'm wondering, Hertaj, if this is going to be a Site B push.
It could be. The way that when you is set up, they have 2 members outside a bedroom. The drone's clearing long, and you have Iconic as well, as that's going to be a second drone spent from the side of one unit. So this is going to be a B push. As the side of Spectral, they might expect this, but look how stacked it is. Because on the B side, it's very difficult to defend, because every single position is very easy to pre-fire.
Yeah, and 2 minutes 20 on the clock as Iconic makes their way in, drops Stanky as IDOT takes out Kazakh's. Cohen finds G-Monkey. 1 unit is on the move here. It's just down to Flare and Save Some. And really, this did not go...
Save. You have to save.
Yeah, this really didn't go the way they wanted it to, did it?
Yeah, a little bit concerned, because I'm not sure if there was any recall from the side of Spectral to say, I'm hearing stuff. I think I'm hearing breaching foam, or I'm hearing a drone on this side. Can I get someone to try at least hold this down? So I'm not sure, because there was only 2 people on the B side when that event occurred. Save Some tries to get a little bit too aggressive and ends up getting punished for it. So that's a Vezin gone. And if you look at the economy on the side of Spectral, they're forced to eco on this.
Yeah, this did not work out. They're gonna get a Vezin, at least a Vezin. But in terms of the game right now, I mean, this is a 5-4 game. They're gonna be ecoing. It's gonna be a hero buy. So we see G-Monkey purchasing a second Vezin. Maybe they're gonna pick up a healing syringe and give it to one of them. But I mean, 1 unit, they've got a ton of money to work with. They've got Vezins, they've got util, they've got everything they need to make this push work. They're 1 round off of tying it, and then they're 3 rounds off of winning this entire series altogether. 2 rounds off of guaranteeing that draw at the very least. But I gotta say, this has been a very impressive turnaround from 1 unit. I mean, they started off in a pretty rough spot versus Spectral, who had great momentum coming into the first half of this game, and then they've quickly turned this around to give themselves a much better game here.
Yeah, the way that the side of one unit's play, it's a lot more coordination. Back in that last round, there was 2 breaching foams. The moment both of them were primed, they both have been set off at the exact same time, and it shows that even though these teams might not be at the same level as these top teams like Ace or Aspect, they still have that proper coordination to prove that they are a team that you should be wary against. You shouldn't take them casually. These teams can do damage, even though they might not be as well known.
And IDOT stacking outside of the small stairs window. There goes the drone from Spectral as it's moving on into Wine Cellar, clearing out for any kind of Spectral roamers. Yeah, either team would probably be pretty disheartened to lose round 1 here at this moment, because again, it does severely decrease your chances of walking away as one of the 2 teams who are going to play tomorrow for that 8th spot. Save Some looking to push up on Arcade along with Kazakhs. Did they get droned out? They saw the boot. So now Joe Nato is going to look to potentially refire. Oh my goodness, I was going to say pre-fire, but Kazakhs tossing a frag out there takes care of both Joe Nato and the drone S-tier frag from Kazakhs. And meanwhile, here's G-Monkey and Flare over on site A as IDOT takes out Stanky, who was the roamer Flare looking for a potential refrag, but it doesn't quite happen. Iconic One is alone over in Arcade and may get double swung here by Kha'Zix and save some. Will find one, looks for the second and drops two, securing the double kill. Looks for G-Monkey and Iconic One dropping four to give us a 5-5 game and tie up 1 unit versus Spectral. What a nasty, nasty quad
That
kill.
is an insane second half. Dude, this second half has been going 1 unit's way.
Yeah.
They got one round out of, I believe, like 5 in that first half. And now they're just going flawless into the second half, you know, not losing a single round. And it has been pure domination from that side of 1 unit. And I can't believe I say, but 1 unit is not giving Spectral a single break onto the second half. I'm not sure what woke up inside of 1 unit. Maybe like a team motivation, maybe a little pep talk during the I believe 1 minute 30 during at a pistol round. You know, talking it out what they could do, and whatever it is, it's working for them. So just try not to change anything.
Yeah, that's certainly the play right now, is to just keep this going. I mean, they are 1 round off of securing the draw, 2 rounds off of pulling out a win against Spectral, and giving us the first 5-1 curse of the NA Challenger Cup. That would be a very fun way to start things off here. It'd certainly be quite the upset, as I believe Spectral is ranked, I think they were number 2 in the seedings. I think they were. We'll get back on that in just a little bit as we see 2.5 minutes on.
Yeah, they are ranked. They are seeded number 2 into this bracket.
Yeah, so for number 2 to drop out very early,
that would be a shocker.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I've always said it. The postseason is where all the silly shenanigans happen.
Absolutely, yeah. We had a bunch of upsets in last season's closed qualifiers. Stanky drops Cohen early. And that's a good start for Spectral. Slow down 1 unit, prevent them from establishing as much control as they would, usually like to. Now 2 minutes on the clock as Joe Nato blind firing through the kitchen wall. Iconic going for some shots, but it looks like they are trying to reposition here and figure out where they want to go.
It's the push coming in from 1 unit. You see the flash coming in from Ose. As Stanky just rushes in and takes down Ose and shoots a clay pigeon. Now it is going very well for the side of Spectral, as there's no players dropped. And there has been no progress made from the side of 1 unit. And Flare is just going to keep going.
Wow, really to build up this momentum and then crash out on this round would be a very, very tough pill for 1 unit to swallow. But I mean, when you have plays like Stanky just running through the flashbang, ignoring it, and shooting out the window to secure the kill, I mean, that's really what you need to be seeing here from these teams. G-Monkey swings out, finds the kill on Joe Nato. IDOT refrags and secures a double kill. But they're being really wrapped by 3 sides here. You've got Kha'Zix playing close to sight, Save Some back by Family Room. Save Some goes down to IDOT, who's still dying on this hill as Stanky is flanking through Piano, but Kha'Zix finds the kill onto IDOT and gives Spectral match point here in this map.
Yeah, and 1 unit, they've got to think of something now as its back's on the wall. They do not want to lose their first round here in the Challenger Cup. They're going to at least, they have to try and tie this, so that way they can guarantee at least something to keep them inside of this Challenger Cup. But the way that 1 unit is playing, they're still strong. But I think maybe that bomb site is a little bit rough for them. As you know, we're going a bit, our final bomb site is going to be on that ground floor, where 1 unit has shown that they have won, like, I believe almost every single time on this bomb site. They've won the rounds, and maybe we could see the potential tie here. Is we just got to let the round play out and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly an outcome too, where we see a tie. But Spectral are definitely going to push for this one. That I think gave them the confidence that they need to win this first map here. I mean, a tie would certainly throw us for a loop here, and that would potentially still put these two teams in contention to move on. And you know, we'll see how the rest of the bracket plays out. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't seen any of the scores here because we've been in this matchup. We'll take a look at some of those if any of the games have finished after this matchup. But here we go. Round 12. It can only end two ways: either a win for one unit or either a win for Spectral or a tie for one unit. We see Safe Sum and Kha'Zix and Flare all over in Bar. Cohen in Wine Cellar along with Joe Nato. And we have 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock as Stanky almost gets picked by Iconic, but will find that opening pick, and that could be big.
And that opening pick, that stagger on the Enforcer side, as the side of one knows that there's going to be at least one roamer. As you see Kha'Zix actually tucked in neatly. It will take down Gohan, but the nade is actually able to take down Kha'Zix as well, as it's down to a 4v3. The second drone wasted, as the side of A is actually pretty open. See G-Monkey trying to hold angle into that corner. Lead the incendiary grenade, trying to buy some time into the sewer area. The nade ends up missing a bit, but G-Monkey is able to take down Joe Nato and able to take down Idol as it's down to Os in a 1v4. And the win in Spectral's favor is in their hands. Stanky Peaks falls as Os is still trying to stay in this. But the peek from the side and the whiff from Os is that allows G-Monkey to get his third kill. And that's going to be the map win. The series for round 1 here for Spectral, as they're going to go up 1-0 into the first half. And one unit down 0-1. They're into round 1, as that's going to be a bit painful to try and come back from.
Yeah, one unit definitely are going to be feeling that one there. I mean, not a good way to start off your Challenger Cup with a loss. But Spectral played an incredibly good game of Breachers here. They really found their footing when it mattered. I mean, they could not lose another round here, or else they would be in danger of tying or losing all the way to one unit. But yeah, I mean, they really locked in there, brought it back in their favor. So all around, good job to Spectral. I'll read off the scoreboard here, and then we will cut to a short break. G-Monkey 18-6. Yeah, G-Monkey was definitely one of their biggest fraggers over on Spectral here. Stanky 11-8, Kha'Zix 8-9, Flare 6-8, and Safe Sum 1-7. Over on one unit, Iconic 10-10, Joe Nato 6-9, Itzos 10-8, IDOT 7-10, and Cohen 5-8. And what a start it has been to the NACC. Let me take a look at the bracket here. Do we have some scores? And we do.
We do have scores. We have Restart versus Vanguard. That ended up going 7-2 in Restart's favor.
Nice.
Ground Zero versus Dodo Reborn. A bit of a stomp, going 7-1. Oblivious versus Mafia going 7-2. And we just cleaned up Spectral versus one unit, which went 7-5, which could be the closest round here in CC.
Yeah, so that just leaves us with Weiky versus Wrecked, which is currently live on stream number 1. You can go check that out. That's hosted by Nightfire, joined by Gravix and Rip the Cord. And we also have Guardians and Shinigami. So we'll take a look at those games and see if they are, about to conclude, or if they've already concluded. And hey, if there's still a great match on, we'll be right back. But if not, we'll be back for round number 2 of this NA Challenger Cup. Don't go away. We'll be back All right, we're currently back really quick. I'm not sure why I'm so blurry, but let me put us onto the game because we have Vex versus Phantom Troop right now. I'm going to swap the teams because we do have Vex leading Phantom Troop here on Skyscraper, which is the first time I've seen this map here all day in the Challenger Cup. But wow, I mean, Phantom Troop down on Skyscraper defense by quite a large margin. That is not what I really expected to see here when we were checking on this game, Hertaj.
Yeah, I look at it 4-1, and it's not even the first half. Oh no, apologies. Not even the second half, and they're up. I think maybe just Vanguard just couldn't find their footing. But it's gonna be a bit shocking, especially on Skyscraper. Because pretty sure we all know that this is the most defender side of the map in Breacher, so it is a bit shocking that the score difference is insane.
Yeah, and Colin is great, dropping Gloomy Melanie as this could be a big round. No, Hunter securing a refrag, and it's now a 3 versus 4 with Lee Matos and Nobro in the back of the B2 Lounge as we see a minute 15 on the clock. Hunter drops Nobro as Snorlax making their way through the bathroom hallway now on the roam. Dopey is taking out Lee Matos as the EMP is tossed across the room, and it's now just down to Snorlax, who's all the way over in bathroom right now. The EMP has been planted. Could we potentially see a win here from Vex?
That is just a nasty angle to peek from. Ronnie able to take down Snorlax. That is going to be 5-1. And potentially, maybe a 5-1 curse, but I don't think it exists on Skyscraper.
At least Skyscraper defense. I mean, this is a map that's notorious for its very, very favorable defensive sites. It's, the ability to rotate, very quickly, and it's just a very strong defender map, or a defense map, and for Vex to go 5-1 on offense is really, I mean, that is very unheard of in the Breaches VRML here, but hey, we'll see. Maybe they can bring it back on offense, and both of these teams are just very offense heavy. But yeah, this would be another big win here for Vex if they could take out Phantom Troop. We did see, by the way, Weiky did tie Wrecked 6-6 in round 1, so keep an eye on developments for both of those teams. But here we go, into round number 7 with Phantom Troop now taking the offense and the pistol round, so both teams have that same amount of eco. Here comes Ciara through the vent into the server room. Tunicle rotating back into broadcast as Gloomy Melanie tossing that frag out. Wow, that gets a lot of damage onto Ciara as Snorlax now makes their way into servers. Another frag is tossed, and it does not find any damage tags as we see 2 minutes 20 Lee Matos. Colin is great, dropping. Lee Matos and Nobro still up in the vent. And Gloomy Melanie playing on the box there does get tagged a bit by that frag grenade with 2 minutes 10 on the clock. Gloomy Melanie picking up a little bit more damage from the Cyclone of Snorlax. We have just 2 minutes on the clock now as Ciara goes down to Gloomy Melanie, swinging with that Jesper, and has absolutely no fear. Colin is great, does find the kill on to Gloomy Melanie with a minute 50 on the clock. And this is a big moment as Hunter drops one, does get refragged by Snorlax, and it's now down to a 3 versus 3 with, oh my goodness, almost somebody getting picked by a trip mine.
Yes, Tunicle is able to take down Snorlax, but Nobro finding that trade and finds a second. It's all down to Dopius into a 1v2, but the flank's there as it's down to a 1v1.
Oh,
it's a big, goodness. And Dopius gets the clutch. As that might be the round win. That could potentially be the round win, as we could be facing a 7-1.
I mean,
this could be an absolute.
What a setup there by Vex. I mean, to have 2 players in broadcast, really pulling all of the the attention, and then they just had Dopius on the roam there, and they were able to secure that final kill. That was very, very well done.
And that was a back and forth round. You know, the early picks into server room, and then the immediate beam off of I'm not sure which player it was, but immediately taking down the backside of that box. And I thought the side of Phantom was able to just maybe get that plant behind that screen and potentially win that round, so they were able to go 5-2. But that flank coming in from Dopius is able to clutch it out. As you look at the overall economy, and I'm a bit surprised that the side of Phantom Troop, they're not forcing at all.
No, they're not. They're pretty confident. Now, Colonist Great did pick up an Omen, but I mean, apart from a heal, a frag, and a breaching foam, still not a very heavy investment from Phantom Troop. I mean, this is their last round here to pick up some success against Vex. And yeah, they're really struggling here in this skyscraper because, I mean, even on their defensive half, they lost 5 rounds in a row, or 5 rounds. And then, they lose the pistol round here. Rodney the Lich dropping Ciara, and another early pick for Vex to secure.
Phantom Troop immediately losing 1, but they do have that bring foam onto the A wall. Now the nade primed, maybe just play for a bit of an audio cue. But it's not more about how they position, but you look, it's just flank on flank. Dopius actually got caught by Snorlax. Dopius finally monos, but the rush comes in, as that's going to be a Vezin obtained from that side of Phantom Troop. So now they have a little bit of fighting, but I think that's the only Vezin they had.
Oh, that could be bad. Now they do still have 2 Vipers up, so they could potentially secure that Vezin, but we do see a smoke tossed over the partition, a frag tossed out. There's a minute and a half on the clock. This could be a big round for Phantom Troop. They could potentially turn things around here, but they do still have to worry about Vex because they do have a player's advantage still. They're a whole player up. Snorlax and Colonist Great looking to make their way in, picking up some damage through the partition there. A minute 15 on the clock as Colonist Great looking to take out that static field emitter. Snorlax dropping Hunters. A frag is tossed, but a little bit too far. As we see a frag toss over the partition. Now here comes Colonist Great looking to swing in. Snorlax finds the kill on Rodney the Lich. Colonist Great dropping Tunicle. Gloomy Melody finds a kill on Denobro, but does get refragged by Snorlax. As it is 6-2 with Phantom Troop picking up their first round, or their second round here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and they're just able to go into this round, as this time it's going to be a full Vezin round, rather than being forced on an eco. Just, I think a bit of a morale boost for the side of Phantom Troop, as now, especially against pistols, they are able to pick up that Vezin coming in from that roamer. I'm pretty sure. I think this is the side of these teams coming in. You can see the adjustments from the side of Phantom Troop, as they realized that they were being flanked. They weren't able to work on that, but heading into that previous round, they learned from that there's going to be a flank, and they just decided, hey, we're just gonna do an anti roam and send one player to just chase the player. That ended up going pretty well for them. They're able to capitalize on that Vezin, and that was the kind of the turning point for the side of Phantom Troop.
Yeah, they had their. I'm not sure how much I agree with the decision of having your Vezin player that far off the site and on the roam when you don't have another one on the site, but to each team their own, I suppose. As we see Colonist Great stacking outside of the green hallway window, the sites are storage and green room. Now this could be the opportunity for Phantom Troop to get another round here, but they do have a bot. They've got bot Enzo right now, who's actually just looking at Gloomy Melody through the wall. That is crazy. Hunter might... Oh, wow. Okay, Enzo did get a bit of damage off, but that could have gone bad for Hunter there.
I mean, hey, any chip damage is damage.
Yeah.
But they don't have snips, so Hunter is just basically stuck on that HP. But it doesn't matter. Nobro goes down.
Wow.
Hunter manages to find 2. Now Ciara and Snorlax are the only ones as the side effects do not have any dropped players. As it is going to be very difficult to try and take this, but the side Dorpius is still roaming and able to find one as it's down to a 1v3. Ciara finds two. But is this clutch possible? Is the clutch viable? And is it doable enough to keep Phantom Troop in this?
Yeah, you do have to worry about Hunter, and Hunter goes down to Ciara. Gloomy Melody almost goes down to Ciara. This is going to be a big moment here for Phantom Troop. It's either going to be a win for Vex, or it's going to be that little bit of momentum that Phantom Troop needs to carry on. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're not in the point where you should be salvaging quite yet. Gloomy Melody firing through the smoke as Ciara drops another one, and it's now just down to a 1v1 as Ciara does have the EMP going for the plant over in Site A. Looking to force Tunicle here, but oh my goodness,
oh my goodness!
As Ciara drops Tunicle. Was that a 4K or an ace for the round?
I think it was I'm not sure. It could have been an ace, but that 1v3 clutch to keep them in, especially with that amount of pressure, you know, being especially on map point, and just have that calm mind to just think of it one by one, how to approach each situation, and getting that clutch is just, especially on attackers, starting gas enforcers. It is.
Yeah, and not to mention,
a highlight.
I mean, Phantom Troop also has a bot. They didn't have a fifth player for that round, and they still managed to pull ahead on that one. So I guess both of these teams are very offense-sided because they're certainly performing a lot better on their offensive rounds than they are on their defensive rounds. It's gone very, very well for Phantom Troop ever since they switched to offense. We'll see if they can continue this momentum.
Yeah. Now the side of Vex, their economy is staggered by a lot. You know, only having two Vezins available in play, having a Viper, and just having to rely a lot more on utility rather than guns is going to be a lot more difficult. As this bomb site as well is going to be kind of difficult to take.
Well, Vex has certainly given themselves a lot of opportunities to still pull ahead of Phantom Troop. They do have two Vezins up, a Viper, a Spectral, and a Cyclone. So there's the opportunity for them to turn this round around and potentially get themselves a win over Phantom Troop. They just need one more round. They've already secured the draw at the very, very least. But an early win for them would be very, very nice. As Colin is great looking to move into lower lounge, get the breaching foam on the wall. Hunter drops bot Enzo's. Colin is great secures that refrag. Colin is great looking to move up further into lower lounge as Rodney the Lich will back out of that smoke. May find a pick here onto Ciara. Will they? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, minute 50 on the clock though.
Colin just got through that connector. And it's all down to Ronnie into a 1v3. And Phantom Troop are still in this 6-4. As this comeback is definitely possible.
Yeah, I mean, a collateral there from Colin. Very, very strong momentum in favor of Phantom Troop right now. And they're just dumping utility and Vezins out for each other. They've got so much money here. And they could potentially, yeah, it's looking very likely that they could secure a tie at this point here in the first round of the Challenger Cup. It took them quite a while to start building up some more momentum, but we're starting to see them. I guess we've been seeing them turn things around and find more and more kills, which, you know, leads to more and more rounds.
Yeah, more kills equals more rounds. So now we're heading into another split economy from the side of Vex, opting in for two Vezins and one Viper, and basically the exact same purchase as what we've seen back in round 10. Now this side of Phantom Troop, they're going to be a lot more closer than a lot of these other teams anticipated. They're going to be starting head on into this courtyard and straight into the center of the map.
Look at the swing in from Colin. Oh my gosh, dropping Dopiest immediately as Phantom Troop looking to move in and develop into what looks like it's going to be a bathroom rush.
Yeah, the push coming in from Phantom Troop, the nade toss, trying to clear out that connector as Ronnie Lich and Gloomy being the only defenders. The Taurus tries to land a couple of shots. Sierra fights one, Storm fights that second. And the site clear coming in to clear it out from Colin. As it's down to Hunter into a 1v4. Hunter finds one, but trying to find that ace clutch. Good luck trying to find that. And if you look at economy from Vex, I think the better option is just go for the save. Snorlax trying to extend, maybe just find that kill to end the round early. But the time's gonna start to tick. Hunter trying to keep that Vezin in play. But you do not want to go into round 12 if you're on that side of Vex. If you're Phantom Troop, you want to close out this tie.
Yeah, and we'll see. Snorlax is... I wonder if they think maybe Hunter has rotated to a new angle. They do still have that cloak on, and they're just looking to move back towards the site, which... yeah, that'd be a little bit more advantageous for Hunters. They don't have somebody pursuing them through lobby. But yeah, last chance for Vex to secure a win here as we move into round number 12. It's either going to end up as a win for Vex or a tie for Phantom Troop. We saw a very similar case between Spectral and one unit. I'm wondering if maybe this is what Vex needs to secure a win here. But, I mean, Phantom Troop has been on fire for the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, Phantom Troop has been on flames right now. Got hot feet right heading into this final round as they got to keep that momentum. As you can see, the side of Vex, they have been really, really struggling in terms of economy. And especially on this bomb site, I think... the side of Phantom Troop, I think the better option is just maybe try and attack A. If you know that economy's bad, you can play a lot more long distance because they don't have that economy unless they go and opt for something like the Cadillo. It is just going to be very, very hard to just, win fights from long range.
And here we go into round number 12. Remember, either a win or a tie for our teams. This is the outcome round. We can't go to another round after this. And here we go with Ciara down on the stairs, on the south stairs right now, looking for a potential early pick onto Vex. But they're playing, well, they got a couple players pretty close to site, but yeah, they don't have too many people stacking on either A or B. And
the side from Phantom Troop, they're going to be opting in for the server side. Ronnie taking out that drone, but a little bit of hesitation. As Ronnie has that grenade primed, but it might be based on audio cue. Nade thrown, clearing out red room, but misses Snorlax as it just barely clips that side of the server. Ronnie Lich being shot through that wall and is immediately down. Has to run back to Tunicle to get that stim. But that is going to be one stim wasted on the side of Vex.
Multiple drops from Snorlax, Colin, Lee, and Nobro. Ciara bringing up the flank as they all move into server room. The breach is going to be on the broadcast room or site B. Tunicle tossing a frag out. Oh, that might catch Colin. It does get quite a bit of damage, but they do have a couple of sims to work with here. Ciara does manage to find the kill onto Rodney the Lich. And here comes the breach into site B as Lee Matos finds the kill onto Gloomy Melanie. Maybe looking to push and get that EMP planted, but Ciara just storming through the site right now. Turns around, finds the kill onto Dopiest, and there you have it. It's a draw between these two teams with nobody winning. And what a turnaround it was for Phantom Troop.
Yeah, from facing a loss to immediately turning the tides and being the second match here in round 1 to fully go into a draw. Than VV versus Rex. A better showing as Phantom Troops was able to pull it out in the end. But if you're Vex, you're definitely kicking yourselves in the foot, wondering how on earth did we blow that lead?
Yeah, I've never quite seen it work that way where teams play in a more offensive manner and they have more success on the offense than they do on the defense. But wow, they certainly did a very good job on offense for both teams. Now, taking a look at the scoreboard really quick before we head to round number 2. Hunter 16-7, Dopius 12-7, Rodney the Lich 4-8, Tunical 7-9, and Gloomy Melanie 3-10. Over on Phantom Troop, Colin is great 16-7, Ciara 15-8, Snorlax 7-9, Nobro 2-9, and Limados 1-6. And that's going to do it for round number 1. When we come back, we will be in round number 2. For a quick score update again, Restart beat Vanguard 7-2. Spectral beat 1 unit 7-5. Ground Zero beat Taurus United 7-1. Weiky tied with Wrecked. Guardians lost to Shinigamis 7-5 in favor of Shinigamis. Oblivious beat Mafia 7-2. And of course, Vex and Phantom Troop tied. But for now, we will be right back. And don't go away, because we'll be right back with round number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob. Again, with me is Hertaj, and we're back with round number 2 of the NACC. This time, a matchup between Restart and Oblivious. And if you don't know who Oblivious is, they are Suspicious Breakfast. They recently underwent a rebrand, so you'll still see some familiar faces there, but yeah, we do have they are voting for the map right now. But if we do take a look at the matchup data here, best map for Restart is Ship. They've played 49 rounds on 171%.
I will point out,
of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that first the way that CC works is that each team gets to ban one map, I believe, or I'm not sure how it is, but map bans are at the options of all these teams. And I'm pretty sure we won't be playing Ship if Oblivious knows how Restart is, as I'd argue they are one of the best teams to play on Ship because of their pretty wacky playstyle on it. As I do see the map as we will be heading into Factory for the second round for this matchup. And what were the statistics for Factory on both teams?
Yeah, let me pull it up again. Both teams have some pretty similar data. 66 rounds played by Restart. They've won 45% of them. And on Oblivious, 47 rounds played, and they've got 47% of those rounds won. So, less rounds played by Oblivious, higher win percentage, and the records for both of them: Restart 5-4-3. That means they've won 5 games, lost 4 games, and tied 3 games. And Oblivious 6-3-2. As we are going to get ready to head into our second map, which is Factory, let me give the teams the go-ahead to start.
I'm pretty sure I gave them the
Oh, you gave them the go-ahead? All right. Well, then we'll just wait here for them to start it up. And there we go. The button. As we get ready to start round number 2 and our second map, which is going to be Ship. Not Ship, Factory.
No, not... Oh...
All right, welcome to not Ship. This is Factory, a map that we've seen, or at least I've seen quite a bit of today, as it was one of the most common picks for War Dogs in the EU Challenger Cup. But here we are in round number 2 of the NACC. There are 5 rounds in total, so we're still just at the very start of this CC, and here we go. As Smirko, Marku up on top of the roof right now. Oblivious going to be starting off on the offense. Restart taking the defense as we get started in round number 1.
And starting off with the second floor bomb site, actually, as you see the side of Oblivious going to try and clear out the top floor, actually.
This is a very far away entry, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very far.
You might see somebody entering through, up by orange vendings or something of that sort. But wow, that is.
They're doing the marathon walk. Oh wait, actually, Gears might read this.
Oh, Gears. Oh no, Gears might be get got. But no, it doesn't happen as Gears flicks onto King Nitri, but does get refragged by Highlighter, almost taking out Marku before going down. So that's definitely a better exchange for Restart, as we see 2 minutes on the clock right now. And who just picked up a bunch of damage? It's Mr. Take That Risk. Interesting name there. 2 minutes on the clock now as Mr. Muffin, King Smirko out just by Blue Stairs. Marku and Highlighter making their way over into Museum and Conference respectively. Now 1:45 on the clock, and here comes the breach.
The breach is open, the wall open on that side of Museum, and you can see the side of Restart. They are fully closed in as both walls go down, as that opens up a new angle that the side of Restart has to worry about, as it is a clean shot coming in from Pear, taking out Mr. Muffin, as that AP has to be retrieved. But if you look at that side of Restart, they have that kills, they have the kills, they have the lives, and Mr. Take That Risk finds too, as it's down to King Smirko in a 1v4 to a 1v3. It's taking down Mr. Take That Risk, but the swing from Pear is gonna try and clear Smirko out, as it does, as that's gonna be the first round for Restart.
What a start. See, every time I cast Restart, I start making puns about their name. But what a start for Restart here on Factory, as they are. Oh, is this going to be a double eco? That would be very, very
This would be a
interesting.
very interesting call.
Yeah, it looks like it might be that double eco. Gears, of course, picking up the Taurus. One of the best Taurus players in Breacher's VRML, I'd argue. As we do see some trips come out, so some utility in the hands of Restart. But yeah, this is not a call that I was expecting them to make. Typically, you see some of these NA teams picking up that round 2 Vezin, but I think Restart is confident.
Yeah, they're very confident, and it's interesting as Gears gonna opt in for that Taurus. You know, not Hane, but Gears as so he decided to restart. They're actually gonna be fully stacked up, trying to head towards this orange side. Meanwhile, on the side of Oblivious, it's gonna be a little bit split from both sides.
And here we go into round number 2. Entry is made into orange storage. A frag is tossed in, gonna find a bit of damage onto Shimi Marui, who is playing in orange storage over. Okay, yeah, we do see Shimi Marui pick up a quick pick onto Highlighters. Gears takes out King Nitrate with a headshot from that Taurus. Now 2.5 minutes on the clock as the EMP is down. And this is tough for Oblivious because they're not able to make entry into the building yet. Okay, Marku is in, but Parrot is swinging out and is punished by Smirko, who's now making their way into Janitor, but Fishy was waiting. Marku secures the refrag and decides to rotate back outside as it's quickly become a 2 versus 3 with Restart having the player advantage. Shimi Marui taking out Muffin with an S-tier frag as there's now just 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes down to a 1v3, Marku on their own. And the Taurus shots coming in from Gears. It's going to be very difficult to even try and take control. See the side of Restart. They're going to get antsy. They're going to start to swing outside. Now, I think the better option is just maybe... I think a bit interesting. Maybe why they're playing a bit far. Maybe just to bait out a couple. As able to find one, Marku takes down Mr. Take that risk, but... a 1v2 a minute 20. It's not impossible, but it's going to be very difficult to try and win the round.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of overconfidence from Restart here. They gave up quite a few ones to Marku here, who's just playing for some picks. And yeah, when you're in this position that Marku's in, slow down the game, play for some picks, see if you can thin out the your opponent's numbers a little bit. But Marku still is a pretty tough call to make here. I mean, less than a minute on the clock. You've got both Gears and Shimi Marui to worry about. Gears is over by Janitor right now. 50 seconds on the clock. Marku does have possession of that EMP. But Gears leaning out almost finds a kill onto Marku, but doesn't quite hit those shots. And there's now just 35 seconds on the clock. Marku's going to have to bait out those trip mines. And Shimi Marui looks for the swing, but Marku finds it. Oh my goodness, it's now just down to a 1v1 between Gears and Marku. Gears going to move through orange storage, baiting out Marku a little bit. Oh, and Marku does get the EMP down, so now Gears is looking for the chase, and Marku, oh my gosh! Marku found the kill! Marku just clutched up for Oblivious, and oh, that's not good for Restart at all, Hertosh. I think they just got way too overconfident on that round, fed way too many ones to Marku, and it ultimately turned into a win for Oblivious.
Yeah, the 1v3 and just playing a bit more anti. I think that first kill onto Mr. Take the Risk. But it is... yeah, I thought Restart had that second round, and then Marku got the clutch. And it ended up, you know, giving them to fully tie it up here on Factory. But, man, that is got to be a bit disappointing if you're a Restart. You're wondering... why didn't we just play a bit more passive? Why did we just go for 1v1s? But hopefully they're able to just learn from that as they go into this third round. Maybe have to play with a lot more coordination. I think that's one of the things about Restart is that they are... I think all of these players play very individual from each other. They usually won't play as a group, or they won't usually have specific crossfires, but It's just something that they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Oblivious here playing together as a team. They're working together, they're coordinated, and they're gonna try and really usurp the power of restart, by taking advantage of any kind of overconfidence. Now, if restarts probably learned their lesson, and they're not gonna get way too aggressive. Again, we see 2.5 minutes on the clock right now as Mr. Muffin watching the kitchen hatch. Highlighter and King Smirker are moving over there as well. Incendiary has been tossed into the sink. Interesting spot for an Incendiary. I don't think I've ever seen it thrown there before. With 2 minutes 10 on the clock.
2 minutes 10, flashbangs primed and ready. Flash toss, unable to find one from that side of restart, as nades are going to be thrown, unable to find any as well. Gears trying to respond with a nade of their own as well, as that's going to go pretty deep, as it does find Smirko, dropping them down to 10 HP. And with only a breaching foam in hand as their choice of utility, it is very difficult to try and win the defense.
Walls opened through upper orange storage as a minute 40 on the clock. Highlighter over on orange stairs as King Nitri making their way down to orange storage. And it's 5 versus 5. There's still a minute and a half left to go in this game. And I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen... Okay, well, there we go. Now we're seeing some picks as Fishy finds one, Gears finds another, making this a 3 versus 5 with the EMP down in upper orange storage. Gears pushing up towards that vending machine corner, may make use of that sneaky angle to potentially find a pick. And who's that? Fishy blind firing now through lobby. Again, we're seeing just that kind of maybe a little bit of overconfidence here. Mr. Muffin takes out Parrot as Marku finds Gears. And it's now a 3 versus 3 with 50 seconds left to go on the clock. Mr. Take That Risk does manage to pick up a kill onto Marku. With 40 seconds left to go, will they be able to get that EMP planted in time?
Down to a 3v2. Not sure they realize that the tripwire is there. As Highlighter tries to plant that EMP, but now decide to restart. They know where the EMP is. They could just camp it out and just play base off IDQ as there's 25 seconds left. Just better off just echoing on the side if you're Oblivious right here.
Yeah, certainly. I'd probably be salvaging here too. They're going to be able to pick up a Vezin, and they may be able to get a couple more in the next round, but certainly didn't go their way. They weren't having, Marku clutch up for them again in this round, and yeah, their momentum just kind of got shut down when they lost those 2 early players, and I'm not sure they had the right idea of what to do in that situation. And they went for the EMP plant and just gave up too many picks to restart.
Yeah, it went heavily towards the way of restart, but it did go back and forth. But in that round, as it favored heavily towards Oblivious, then it went towards the restart, and in a couple of key moments that could have changed maybe the tide. I think Gears playing a little bit over aggressive, kind of quote unquote helped restart in a way, because they were able to feed at least there's at least one player on those stairs, and then they're able to capitalize on that and just have to play based on info. But I feel like there was an opportunity for Oblivious to win that round there.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And we'll see, maybe they can start turning it around in their favor here. I mean, it's only 2-1 game. We're on round number 4 right now. And we're definitely seeing Oblivious take a more methodical approach as once again they make entry all the way over on blue stairs. And again, I'm just wondering why so far away from the site, as we see Gears is way up by Museum right now. And they're in a pretty tough spot because they are very, very outnumbered here. They swing onto Highlighter, find a kill, but do get refragged by Mr. Muffin. So not, I guess, an ideal start for either team. It is some trades, but we'll see what Oblivious decides to do now. They've opened up, is that the assembly wall? Oh no, that's the hatch in the museum. as they get ready to possibly push electrical and then push site A.
Yeah, there was an early nade there. Unfortunately, a team nade ended up damaging Marku. Now it's just going to be the utility dump while from assembly actually being shot through. But I'm kind of surprised that Oblivious is paying attention towards this assembly wall when they could just maybe coordinate this and push for, I'd rather say the A hatch.
Yeah, it definitely, I'm definitely wondering that as well. It's quite a very long setup here. I mean, they've used a ton of time to get people into electrical through that hatch, but I don't know, was it worth it to set it up that way? I'm kind of I'm kind of agreeing with you here. I'm not sure if it was worth it, but we do see King Nitri making their way through Orange Hallway. A minute 10 left to go here in round number 4 as Mr. Take That Risk pushes up to Workshop. Along with Fishy Shimmy Marie firing some shots through the wall into Orange Hallway. A minute left on the clock as Parrot finds the kill onto King Smirko. Fishy takes out Mr. Muffin. Fishy looking for another. May find King Nitro, who does take out Shimmy Marie, but goes down to Fishy. And it's now just down to Marku, who doesn't clutch up this time. It's a 3-1 game with restart. 2 rounds ahead of Oblivious here in this first half.
Yeah, and 3-1 is showing. And I do think that push coming in, because I feel like they have ace. I feel like the side of Oblivious had A site. They definitely did, but I'm not sure why they didn't just go for the A hatch. You know, they went for assembly. As like, it's just simply one wall away. Why can't you just maybe just walk around it, or maybe make this attack? But I think the side of Oblivious, they need to stop funneling. They need to stop giving them these 1v1s, because from well, it's like there is no coordination from Oblivious, as that's what's allowing Restart to capitalize on it. And you're still not able to take off that main roam, even though you know that Gears is still there. So, not sure what Oblivious has to think, but it has to be something. Maybe at least 2 picks, 2 or 3, enough to at least stagger some of the members of Restart, and essentially lower their defense on these bomb sites.
It would be nice if they could forcibly route some of the Restart players back. But again, we're seeing, it looks like we're seeing another entry here on Blue Stairs. And I'm starting to wonder, maybe, well, I guess maybe Gears hasn't figured out exactly where they push every time. But I feel like if you know that they frequently enter on Blue Stairs, you could really use that against Oblivious, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think if the Re was there, maybe they could have tried it again, but there's going to be a couple of holds coming in from Marku. So Gears just doesn't make that easy pick. But with a Vezin in hand, especially against a full, like a pretty close to damage economy, as Marku spots Gears making that call that there's at least one player on that blue side. But for the side of Oblivious, they need to make some type of progress into these bomb sites, because otherwise, if you're going to start to deal with Gears, that's going to buy a lot of time for Restart and potentially damage you in the future of the round.
Gears just deciding to rotate back a little bit into the upstairs floor, which, yeah, that's going to allow Marku in, but it's also going to keep Gears alive so they can help out their team at some other point. There's some battles you just don't need to take when you're on the roam. Parrot, however, in the meantime, taking out King Nitria's Mr. Muffin, makes their way into Museum along with Highlighter and Marku, and Marku finds the refrag on a Parrot. Highlighter taking out Mr. Take That Risk with an S-tier frag, as Gears on the flank finds King Smirko looking for another potential kill. Highlighter taking out Fishy, and Gears may find, oh no, Gears goes down to Marku. Shimmy Marui drops Highlighter, and it's now down to Shimmy Marui in a 1v2 against Marku and Mr. Muffin.
Yeah, and if you see me right here, just back off, let them have that plant, as I believe the way it's going to be played, it's going to be heavily favored, and it is going to be pretty difficult to try and retake, especially because now there's multiple angles you have to worry about. And if you're Shimi right here, maybe just find at least a couple of picks.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely doable, but you've got to move a little bit quickly here. because you've got to find those 2 kills and then go for that defuse. Shimmy Marie looking to swing out, and Marku just catching them, making this a 3-2 game. I'm wondering if we're going to see a tie heading into the second half. Best case scenario right now for Restart is a 4-2. Best case scenario for Oblivious is to tie it up as we move into the second half.
Yeah, and if you look at the economy, it is very well we could be facing a potential tie, as the side of Restart have a pretty bad economy heading into round 6 compared to Oblivious, where they have these full kitted Vezins, compared to having to be forced on SMGs on the side of Restart. And for Gears opting in to go for that RCP is a very good pick, because even though you're playing as Roam, having that high RPM for that RCP is still enough to fully damage the side of Oblivious if they don't pay attention.
And let's take a quick look at the scoreboard here. Gears 5-5, Fishy 4-2, Parrot 5-3, Shimmy Marui 3-3, and Mr. Take That Risk 4-4. Over on Oblivious, Marku 9-3, Highlighter 3-5, King Smirko 2-5, Mr. Muffin 2-3, and King Nitri 1-5. As we get into round number 6, the halftime round. So remember, after this, sides are going to swap. Restart's going to be on offense, and Oblivious will be on defense. And we'll see. Maybe somebody has a clear, stronger side that they play. And here we go with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Mr. Muffin and Highlighter moving towards orange storage as King Nitri watching that orange hallway window, now making their move in to orange storage with 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
And Shimi Marui just being shot straight through as Smirko through the wall, able to find 2. The proximity line still bringing Gears from that flank, able to take down Marku. At the flank present for Oblivious is gonna be known. Highlighter still trying to find that roamer, but Highlighter's looking the wrong way. Highlighter has to step back, but on the side between Mr. Muffin and Smirko, they have to focus on his garage. Fishy takes on Mr. Muffin down to a 3v2. Now, Oblivious has to regroup. Gears is going to push on through, unable to find Smirko, as it's down to a 2v2. Fishy through the wall, takes down Highlighters, down to Smirko, into a 1v2.
This is a big moment for Oblivious. It's a 1 versus 2. Smirko could take their team 3-3 into the second half. Looking for Fishy through the wall. They've given up their position with those wall bangs. Does recover a healing syringe. Oh, and got very close to hitting Fishy, but we do have a minute 20 on the clock, and Smirko does not have possession of the EMP. It is just to the left of them. But they're in a pretty tough spot here. Only a minute 15 left on the clock. They're going to have to make a move here. No point in saving because we are going to, again, switch sides after this. So Smirko's going to have to do something here fairly soon. There's a minute left on the clock. Smirko still does not have possession of that EMP. Fishy hiding under the storage rack as Smirko makes entry, and Fishy will find that kill to move Restart 4-2 into the second half.
Now the question heading into the second half is, can Oblivious tie this up? You know, is it possible that Oblivious is a more revolter-sided team? Maybe their defense is a lot more better than their offense, but for Restart, I think if you look at that coordination and the way, you know, being a lot more into individual plays, I think especially on the spawn side as well, where we're seeing teams, especially on the North American side, they will just opt to go for this hatch and just clear out A. They'll do everything just to get that plant, because it is a very big power position. And side of Oblivious, I want to know if they're going to start to anticipate that. Are they going to start to set up just in case if that starts to happen? And if it does, you know, how are they going to counter it?
Yeah, we'll see how they do against Restart now that they move on to the offense. Interesting. Gears, I would expect to pick up a Taurus in the pistol round, but for both pistol rounds, Gears is stuck with that Spectral. I guess they are interchangeable, and you know, not a Taurus dedicated player, I would say. There are a couple of players in VRML that are dedicated to the Taurus here. Highlighter has been pinged by Restart and almost got caught, I think, by Shimmy Marui with 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. And we'll see what happens here.
And the clearing in, coming in. As the side of Restart, they have blue control. As well as Shimi Marui having that breach of foam. Gears tucking in that corner, whipped the nade prime as well. Almost gets caught and ends up winning the gunfight between Gears and Nitre. As that is going to be devastating. As Fishy finds Highlighter, as the nades are going to be tossed, and it is full on firefight onto this A side. But Marku's starting to flank, and it's a matter of time to see if they can make it through. But Parrot catches Marku on that flank, as it's down to a 2v5. No one on Restart has dropped yet.
Yeah, it's just down to Smirko and Mr. Muffin right now with 1:50 on the clock. Parrot finds Mr. Muffin and Gears finds King Smirko as we get a 2-5 game here. Just 2 more rounds and Restart will be the winners of this matchup here. Restart, one of the teams that everybody in the Challenger Cup interview, in the weekly article, Restart was one of the most common teams mentioned for, teams that would be a big challenge in the Challenger Cup. And yeah, Restart has been playing very, very well here. They've lost a couple of rounds to Oblivious, but they haven't let that affect them. They're still very, very strong with a 2-5 game right now. A win here would put them on match point.
Yeah, a win is all you need. Just need 2 more rounds. But getting those 2 rounds is not only a challenge against the mental ability, but against your opponents as well. As they want to still keep, as a side of Oblivious, want to still keep playing. They still want to try and steal this win, which could happen. But if you're a Restart, I think just focus on the current round. Don't think about those 2 rounds that you really need just to move on and still have a flawless record. As the drone in, able to clear out Orange. But the nade there from Smirko, able to damage Mr. Take That Risk, as that is a force stimmed from the side of Restart. As now there's only 1 stim left. That stim's going to be gone for, I believe, a minute before that's able to be fully recharged. As that is going to be the A hatch open. That opens up a new angle for Restart.
They went for the connector frag, but it fell just a little bit too shallow as King Nitre also narrowly avoids a frag. And Restart has used both of their grenades, so this could potentially come back to haunt them as Marku does drop Parrot, making this a 4 versus 5. But Restart does still have 2 Vezin players up, and both of those Vezin players do have healing syringes. As we see 2 minutes on the clock right now, King Nitre making their way through the gravel hallway. There's the
they don't clear it.
Oh my goodness, wow! King Nitre finds 2 as Mr. Take That Risk does drop Highlighter. Gears finds not 1 but 2. And it's just down to Fishy and Gears as Fishy overextends, dies to King Nitre. And do they have a Vezin over on Oblivious? They haven't recovered one just yet. Gears has made their way. Oh no, look at this, Hertage. The EMP hasn't actually been planted yet.
Oh, this could be timing. Does he spot the live? Gears spots the live. It takes down 1. It's down to Gears versus Mr. Muffin, and Gears gets the 1v2 clutch. As that is Restart facing map point, heading into round 9. And the clutch there, I thought that they would have been able to just have potentially a crossfire against Gears, because Gears was pretty low. I think just 1 headshot would have done it and keep them in, but Gears, absolutely flawless from him, just has been absolutely dominating onto the server with the flanks as well and the clutch to close it out.
Yeah, Gears has been a star player here for Restart. Let's take a look at the scoreboard really quick. Marku 10-6, King Smirko 5-8, Highlighter 3-8, King Nitre 4-8, and Mr. Muffin 2-6. Over on Restart, Gears 12-6, Fishy 9-3, Parrot 7-5, Shimi Marui 3-5, and Mr. Take That Risk 5-5. And it has been quite the game here. Restart has made a very big impact here. They've secured the draw, and Oblivious are able to field 5 Vezins, but, without somebody playing support, they're not able to really get much more utility other than 2 frag grenades.
And he's there as the drone. And on this half, as it only happened once, but every time we got this bomb site, Restart has won it. So maybe I think the side of Oblivious knows that if they lose control of the excuse me, that Cubby side, as Mr. Tech Direct takes down Nitre, but the nade there able to clear out a couple of players, but the drone's actually able to clear out A. They know that A is fully clear. The nade's toss Mr. Take That Risk down on critical HP. Fishy pushes through, take down Smirko, and it's down to a 5v3, and it's not looking good for Oblivious.
Hair dropping highlighter. Mr. Muffin is forced to go back into connector. Gears takes out Muffin, and Fishy finds the kill on Marku to give us a win for Restart, a 7-2 win to be exact. Very, very well played by Restarts as they move on once again in the Challenger Cup. Still undefeated. Now, for a couple of score updates here, again, Restart, they already won 7-2 against Vanguard, and now they just won 7-2 against Oblivious. Spectral beat Shinigami's 7-1, Ground Zero beat Blue X 7-0, and Rect has beat Vex 7-1. So, I believe Stream 1 is currently watching One Unit versus Guardians. But we will check in with some of the other matchups happening. And once again, if we do see an interesting matchup and there's enough time left in it, we will go ahead and cut back to that. But for now, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Blue is right on top, listen. And there's a double kill that comes in from Koji. Can get to the EMP inside. Who fires? Oh my god! No! It's a fast 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the VRML for round 3 of the NA Challenger Cup. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, once again joined by Hertaj here, my co-caster. And we've got Ground Zero versus Weiky here for you all. This should be another very interesting matchup. I don't believe either team has lost yet. I believe these are...
I believe VVV tied, but not fully lost a map.
Yeah, that's what it was. They
yeah.
tied Wrecked and they beat Phantom Troop. And Ground Zero has just been storming through this Challenger Cup. 7-1 to Taurus United, 7-0'd Blue X, and now they're getting Weiky, so things are going to start to get a little more challenging for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Yeah, VVV starting off with a 6-6 against Wreck. They had a bit of an easier pace going against Phantom Troop with that 7-3, but now they're going against arguably the best team right now in the Challenger Cup, which is Ground Zero. And if you look at the overall stats, depending on the map, but it is very clear that Ground Zero has been an absolute force to begin with.
Yeah, and now that they're getting into kind of the higher level here of the match, I'm pretty sure they were seeded number 3. So
yes, number 3.
They've gone against the number 15 team. They've gone against the number 10 team. So now that they're going against number 4, we'll see how they stack up. Weiky has also had a pretty strong season overall. While the teams are voting on which map they're going to play, let's take a look ourselves at the matchup data here. Ground Zero's got a record of 4-1-3, Weiky 11-6, so quite a few matches played by Weiky. Best map for Ground Zero is Skyscraper with 55 rounds played, 75% of those rounds won. And Weiky's best map is Hideout, 110 rounds and 64% of those rounds won. So while the teams are voting for the map, Hertaj, where do you think we're going to go?
My gut's telling me that we may go back to Hideout. We could be seeing a Hideout map. It would be a bit surprising if we did something like Arctic or Ship. But I do believe we could be going to Hideout. I am right. We do go to Hideout. I think, quote unquote, 1-for-1 right now. But maybe.
On map predictions?
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I'll predict the winner at some point, and I'll also go positive in that.
Yeah, as we are currently waiting for, it looks like some teams to sort out here. It looks like maybe Weiky will start off on the defense. Yeah, that's how it's going to be. It's going to be the team swapped here. Ground Zero starting off on the offense as we get ready to head into the map. While we're waiting on the teams to start it. Did you give them the go-ahead there, Hertaj?
I'm pretty sure
okay,
they'll
yeah,
just... Yep, yeah.
In any case,
I don't think we need to. I think these players just know.
I think they can read your mind, Hertaj. And here we go into the map, which is going to be Hideout. Oh, this should be pretty exciting, Hertaj. I mean, we've seen Ground Zero. They've kind of been speedrunning the Challenger Cup right now with 2 very, very quick wins. Or I think they're the first teams done on both rounds 1 and 2. So, hey, maybe they're going to speedrun Weiky 2. We shall see. And here we go on to round number 1 with Ground Zero on the offense. Weiky taking the defense here. We do see 3 Spectrals, a Jesper, and a Cyclone from Ground Zero, and Spectrals across the board from our defensive team. And here we go into round number 1.
Heading into the first round, starting with the lower bomb site. There's going to be an early drone coming in from Emilio. Able to clear out that there's going to be at least one in garage, spotting 2. Making way back, as we can see, Nil trying to retreat all the way back to the B bomb site. The drops coming in as the side of ground 0 are going to be starting to set up. Tanky with that breach foam primed that gem wall. Let's see Hope Clifford with that incendiary. Trying to play a big based off timing. Unfortunately, that's going to have no impact whatsoever.
Incendiary toss, yeah, it really didn't affect ground 0 too much, to your point, as we see Iben making their way through kitchen, and they're quite fast here over on ground 0 as they are on the move and looking to potentially open up Jim here. Paladin tossing an incendiary over to garage. Iben just doesn't care and drops right into the fire. Same with Emilio, as we see 2 minutes on the clock. They're checking their other side, and Paladin, wow, Paladin missed quite a few shots there, but did manage to nab Iben before getting refragged by Emilio. Here comes Ventara and FaZe as Tanky drops Ventara, does get refragged by Hope Clifford. Lynx GTV dropping Nil, as we see No Rider and Emilio taking the extra 2 kills, and there you have it, round number 1 in favor of ground 0.
Yeah, and a strong start. You know, I think the absolute, I'm not sure if I could just say this on stream, so the absolute bravery from Iben, mind you, as well as Emilio, to just drop in, go straight down from that hatch and clear it. And I think Paladin, just had that opportunity to just take down 2, but that unfortunate whiff ended up costing that control of storage or garage, mind you. But I feel like that could have went towards VVV's way, but I think ground 0 were just better at the end of the round.
Oh, this is interesting. No round 2 Vezins from ground 0. We see an Omen and
we do have an Omen and a Viper.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, I've built up more confidence for the Viper here today. And, you know, the Omen, I mean, they're going for those SMGs. While it is a super eco from Winning Meaty Weiky, by the way. They have purchased 5 Jespers, and they have 2 frag grenades. So they are trying to save as much as possible. Potentially going to try and group up on ground 0.
Oh, yes. I love buying 5 guns worth $0.
Not spending a single penny on anything other than utility. Well, maybe they bought some sights and suppressors. But anyways, actually, we're seeing ground 0 making their way over to site A. They're already going in. Tanky finds the kill on Hope Clifford. YT is a frag is tossed. That's going to find the kill onto Lynx GTV, who couldn't quite get the EMP down on the wall. Nil taking out No Rider, as we see a 2 versus 3, and this is quickly falling apart for ground 0.
And ground 0 down to a 3v2. It's gonna be humiliating, but actually, the 2 players that are still alive on ground 0 still have SMGs compared to the 2 Spectrals, or just with mind you, but Emilio able to take out Ventara, and a swing coming in from Iben taking out Paladin. As that's going to be the second round as Emilio goes for the EMP, extra cash in the pockets of ground 0. And it looked a bit ugly at the start for ground 0, but closing it out between, and I'll gladly say this, Iben is, I'd argue, one of the best shooters on ground 0.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a beautiful swing with that Omen to close out the round for ground 0. That got a little bit closer, I'm not going to lie. And now we're seeing Vezins coming out from both sides, except Emilio deciding to keep that Viper to save some extra money. And Iben picking up a Marui. Which, yeah, it definitely, I mean, we don't often see the Marui in competitive play, but it definitely has its own advantages against a Vezin.
Yeah, the advantage is that if you're going to play for a lot more wall banks, that thing is going to do far more damage compared to a Vezin, so maybe that's what they're going to try and opt for. You know, with the wall banks, especially on this bomb site, especially towards B, in that little cubby between parkour, it is very important to try and land that wall bank to at least clear out a couple of players. And that's what ground 0 is going to try and do, and Takey with the frag grenade, able to find out, take out Hope Clipper, but they face finding two tucked into Wine. As Ibin and Tanky don't check that cubby as it's falling apart for the side of Ground Zero. As No Rider falls to Nil as well as it's out down to Lynx and Emilio into a 2v4.
If you're Lynx and Emilio, what do you do here? It looks like they are going to stack up. Lynx does get that heal off, but wow, devastating for Ground Zero. They just didn't clear out FaZe there, and unfortunately for them, it really cost them the entire push here. And it's now just down to Emilio and Lynx GTV, so this begs the question, Hertaj, you're in a 2 versus 4. One of your players has a Viper. Do you save?
I would just, in this scenario, if I were Ground Zero, maybe just send one of your players to retrieve at least one Vezin. It is a risky play, but it's better than just having a Viper that's going to be absolutely useless in the future, because then everyone is going to be on that Vezin round, and maybe you just want to save as much as you can. But from the side of Ground Zero, maybe they're just going to play a little bit of a different tactic and play the upper floors, maybe try to find at least one pick before heading into the next round. But it's not impossible for the side of Ground Zero to win this 2v4. We've seen it happen back in the other rounds, but
oh no, are we going to see the switch up here? Oh, I knew that's what we were going to see. Paladin drops Lynx GTV as Emilio finds the kill onto FaZe. They are not backing down over here on Ground Zero. I was debating if that's what we were going to see as they were making their way through. Emilio finds the kill onto Paladin, but they're going to have to go quickly as Nil goes down, and it's now a 1 versus 1. Oh no, that's going to find it. No way. Ventara finds Emilio with an S-tier frag and gives Weiky their first points of this matchup. It's a welcome win, but it got very, very close there, Hertaj.
it is very close. I almost thought that 2v4 clutch was about to happen, but that nade coming in from Tara was absolutely clean. But yeah, Ground Zero, it was a very interesting call. It did catch a couple off guard, but I believe if Lynx wasn't caught off guard or was caught from one of those players, I believe it was, I think, either Nil or Paladin that caught Lynx while trying to cross into that boiler room. I do believe Ground Zero definitely could have won that.
Sorry, I was drinking some water really quick, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, that felt very, very winnable there, and it was a good frag from Ventara. And if it got, I mean, that close, even when they were in a situation like that, I think Ground Zero may have a leg up here against Weiky. But hey, it's 2-1. Did you catch that?
I barely did.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure what happened.
Tanky went bowling and found the strike on Ventara. They're actually, ironically, killing Ventara in the same way they found Emilio at the end of that previous match. No Rider finds the kill onto FaZe and just decides to pick up a second kill onto Hope Clifford while they're at it. 2.5 minutes on the clock as Nil takes out Tanky. And we see, excuse me, a 4 versus 2. Paladin does manage to pick up one, does get refragged by No Rider, and it's just down now to Nil, who's the last member of Weiky standing.
And Nil having to try and win this 1v3 retake. But look where that plan is. But Nil's actually able to take down Emilio. No Rider swings, and Lynx there actually to close it out. I thought the clutch was so close to happening. Just a little bit of an important blunder from the side of Ground Zero, but Lynx able to just prevent it from happening, but Nil almost had that. These
rounds are getting very, very close, Hertaj. Just coming down to just one person every single time. And yeah, this it's a lot of fun to see this. Both teams pretty aggressive on either offense or defense. And yeah, I mean, I'm liking what we're seeing here. There's a lot of pace from both sides. We're seeing some Vezins now coming out from Ground Zero. Again, 3 Vezins and a Marui. Emilio once again running Viper. But not the same case for Weiky, huh? As they're only able to, well, we see a half buy from Hope Clifford, who is running RCP, and Ventara picking up a Taurus.
Yeah, the Taurus there, and I think Hope Clifford, with that RCP, maybe just going to have to play a little bit more close, or maybe with that RCP, hold a connector spot, because you want to catch these players off guard, as it is a very fast gun, but with the low damage from that RSP, I think it's just better if you were to maybe approach them up front. But the side of Ground Zero, they have the economy to just go for it, as that is a really bad incendiary coming in from Lynx.
Oh, yeah, not ideal, to say the least. But hey, it was just an incendiary, so they'll move past it. As Ivan does take out Hope Clifford YT with an S tier frag, and Tanky now looking to potentially make their way and try and peek Garage here. FaZe is playing very, very close and may catch Lynx GTV. They do have to worry about that static kill emitter to the right of that breach, and I'm just waiting for FaZe to spring out, and Lynx GTV catches one, but finds a second. Beautiful entry for Ground Zero, as it's now just down to Ventara, who's rotating back towards Arcade. This went very, very well for Ground Zero.
And the EMP plant 2 to cap it off, as the side of VVV, I don't think they expect the aggressive push coming in from Lynx to just find 2, just clearing out that tiny little angle that connects both that little cubby spot inside of storage and the common spot with that wall, as now Ventara with that Taurus. But I think maybe just find at least one single pick, because you're going to head into this next round. You're still going to have enough money to go and buy a Vezin, as we are going to, I believe we head into a Vezin round for the final round of the first half.
Yeah, it looks like this was a plan for Weiky. They saved up their money. They're gonna buy that utility, and they're gonna get some Vezins as well. They're gonna have plenty of funding for the next round. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at that point, if you're Ventara, why bother saving when you just have the Taurus? Try and get at least a pick. But either way, it is going to be a 4-1 game with Ground Zero in the lead against Weiky. And now that the sides have swapped, we shall see. Oh, no, excuse me. They're about to swap. They haven't swapped yet, but we are on the halftime round, so they will swap after this.
Yeah, they're going to swap, and then if you look at the side of VVV, now they're able to start to stack on utility. They're going to have at least some type of reinforcements to at least buy some time off. But from what it looks like, the way that VVV is formatted, it is a very bold risk to have 2 players that are on the top.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about that one. Maybe the idea is that that's where Ground Zero came
I think,
from
yeah, they're probably thinking that, from what it looks like, because Ground Zero has pushed towards that front the moment we had this bomb site in the previous round. But this time, the side of Ground Zero are pushing Garage. So if the side of Ground Zero decides to start to get aggressive, on this, there's just not going to be enough reinforcement to try and cover B side.
Who's over there? No Rider was over by Family Room, but it looks like they are going to rotate around. Oh, wow, it might be a site A push through through foyers. Hope Clifford does find a kill on the No Rider, and that's an early pick for Ground Zero to give up, so it may potentially impact the rest of their push here. Ventara tossing a frag, doesn't quite go where they wanted to. Hope Clifford, oh my goodness, takes themselves out with a frag.
You have to,
oh wow, what a free pick.
I think it bounced the wrong way.
Yeah, and Clifford went to recover that, and it just didn't quite work out. Paladin takes out Tank, who got very, very aggressive there. Lynx GTV looking to get that EMP planted. They do have the cover of that cloaking device, but FaZe finds that kill instead, as Ivan manages to pick off Paladin, and it's a 2 versus 3. But this has been a bit of a sloppier entry by Ground Zero, at least from their standards.
Yeah, I think the early pick on to No Rider, who was watching that angle, I think the call coming in from actually the main window, which formerly used to be illegal, but now fixed. But I think it is just very, very difficult to take. But Amelia were able to find FaZe, catching them off guard, actually. It's down to a 2v2. EMP is still up onto that ground. They have to retrieve that. That should be the plan. The spray's coming in from Ivan. But if Ivan stands there for too long, he's gonna fall. But actually, Ventara falls, as it's down to a 1v2 as Ivan finds the second, and that's 5-1 as we head into that second half. Do we get the 5-1 curse again?
Oh no, Heritage. No, don't say that.
Now we're summoning it.
Now we're gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, following the recent trend of the games that we've picked up, we've seen comebacks.
I know
teams.
GZ is gonna watch this VOD. If you're watching this, I'm very sorry if this is a tie. I apologize. I know those people. I do apologize if I accidentally curse you guys to a 6-6. That would be a bit heartbreaking, but for the sake of content, it would be very funny.
Okay. It's not just about the
I know
content,
it'll
it's about
hurt for the player
legacy,
morale,
Heritage.
but I definitely know it'll be good for content. Will it hit the players? Definitely. But is it good for content? Yeah. I would be surprised if we get 6-6.
Yeah, it would, just with the way that Ground Zero has been playing, I'd be very surprised if they didn't have a strong defensive half too. I think they're one of these teams that they're consistent on either side, and I think that could also be true for Weiky. We'll see. I haven't seen too much of their team play throughout this season. I haven't seen much of Ground Zero either, but I do know these players. I've seen them in Cass before in matchups, and I've seen the same here on Weiky, but not to the extent that I've seen some players on Ground Zero. So we do see Ventara taking out Emilio, immediately making me eat my words, but they are going to rotate back upstairs, change where the push is coming from. Nil almost swung and found a pick on Link's GTV, but didn't quite find that.
Questionable incendiary.
Where? I didn't.
Like towards the
there
entry
it
of
is, yeah.
garage. Yeah.
Was that tossed by?
That was thrown by Paladin.
Oh. Okay.
So I'm not sure what was covered.
Yeah, maybe it was meant for Fort, and it didn't quite hit it. As we do see Hope Clifford take out No Rider across the map, and it's now a 5 versus 3. So I could be very, very wrong here, Heritage, and we could see Ground Zero's rougher half be their defensive half, but we'll find out. We still have a minute and a half left on the clock. Ibin is watching over Site A, but it looks like the push might happen here on Site B as Link GTV still safe in the back of Fort with a minute 25 left to go.
Yeah, and the rest of the members, it is still doable, but never mind. Hope Clifford takes down Tinky, takes down Ibin. Leaks tries to find one, but the amount of pressure coming in from VVV, it is nearly impossible to try and win it, as it is completely overwhelming from that side of VVV, as that's going to be the second round in well, I hate pronouncing the full name of VVV, but it is in their favor, as we do get a hero Vezin in play.
Yeah, what a it was. They just had too many people alive on Weiky, and Ground Zero couldn't. They couldn't handle the 5 swing, or the 4 swing or the 5 swing. I'm not quite sure, but there were a ton of people in storage, and even if you swing on that, they did find a pick, but it just wasn't enough here. So this is good for Weiky. They're able to pick up 2 Vezins here, 2 Spectrals, and a Cyclone. So they've definitely got the better setup moving into round number 8 here, and ground zero, of course, on that eco round. A Jesper, 3 Spectrals, and a Cyclone. So they're potentially going to go for the play where you loot off of your opponents. Anyways, there goes the hatch into bedroom.
And from what it looks like, the way that VVV is formatted, they're gonna try and maybe take this push on A. There's no one on this side of ground zero to defend this balcony side, and this is what makes it what we've seen back in the earlier rounds of Challenger Cup. We've seen teams start to defend towards this box side, but with these upper, these more top level teams, they'll just give it up. They know that if they get isolated between this pinch, and especially with box being a very, very risky play, because if you do not have a defender in that bedroom side, you could easily get pinched, and that's why teams opt to give it up.
Emilio is taken out by Hope Clifford. Tanky went for an aggressive play, and Ventara punished that. They've only got 1 frag grenade, and it's been tossed by Link's GTV. It did not find anybody either. Here comes the smoke in as Weiky just storming into Site A. Will they find some picks? Ventara finds Ivan, Paladin finds Link's GTV, and Ventara drops the double kill to make this a 5-3 game. Everybody on Winnie Weedy Wiki still alive. Very, very solid round from them. But now we're going to see some more Vessels come out from Ground Zero. Things could potentially turn around for them.
Yeah, but those 2 rounds, I may have this could be real. I may have cursed them, but the side of VVV, they are still going strong with this momentum, and I think the side of actually I think Emilio's actually gonna go off and go with a Viper actually, as well as Tanky. So this is gonna be an interesting choice, as I think they know they just want 1 round, as the side of VVV have fully kitted Vezins as well as proper utility. Take this pinch, if you're the side of Ground Zero, what do you choose to defend? Because you have a lot less options. You don't have a lot of utility or the guns to try and defend fully.
Yeah, and well, yeah, they just, it could be rough for Ground Zero. I think they could potentially turn it around, but with just the amount of utility and the Vezins that Winnie Weedy Wiki has, I still think it's going to be difficult. And if they're going to go and push for victory here on Ground Zero, they need to start doing it this round to start, turning things around, cutting off some momentum before VVV can start building up way too much momentum. As we see Emilio over in storage right now, playing closer towards the back of the common angle, now hopping up onto the box. Ventara dropping Ibin with some very, very nice shot placement. 2 minutes 20 on the clock as Tanky making their way through Arcade. Hope Clifford may get caught here as FaZe finds Link's GTV. Paladin takes out Emilio, and No Rider is alone in Site B with a Vezin, while Tanky on the flank.
And down to a 1v5, Hope Clifford to end the kill. And it is another flawless round for VVV, and it is just an absolute stomp. Maybe the side of VVV was better off as enforcers. And Ground Zero, they need to step up their defense.
Hertaj, I think you might have cursed him. I'm starting to believe it.
Maybe.
I think you. I'm starting to follow the conspiracy theory that you've cursed every team in our Challenger Cup here so far.
I think I may have to be swapped out for Martini. It's the way that it's going. I'm definitely cursing these teams.
Yeah, I just can't get a win here. I mean, Martini is buffing one team, and you're cursing one team. Either way, we'll see what happens here in this matchup. Ground Zero is on their last legs. If they lose this one, it is going to end up as a tie game for Winnie Weedy Wiki and Ground Zero, and then potentially after that, we'll be looking at the end game here. One team will start to get a match points, and the other is going to have to either play for a win or a tie. But still a couple rounds off of that right now. We're on 10 of 12, so here we go. There's time for Ground Zero to turn things around, but their window of opportunity is quickly closing. And a loss here would certainly hurt them in their standings. They did win both of their original matchups, but this could hurt them in terms of competing for this Challenger Cup.
Yeah, and if you are down by 1 loss, it is going to be sting, as this could be timing. Paladin in that little cub area trying to clear, but I'm pretty sure, Lynx gets spotted through the wall, gonna get shot through, as Link is gonna still swing and commit to this. Doesn't find Paladin, but it's gonna be a team kill from Nil. But Nil able to redeem himself, able to take down Tanky. Hope Clifford finds Lynx, that's down to a 3v4. But this is a really, really bad start if you Ground Zero.
And it's just down to a 4 versus 3 as Emilio looking to push out and does find the kill into Hope Clifford. A frag is tossed in. Emilio still on the move here. Does go down, however, 2-0 as Ventara looking to swing in on Shower. No Rider shutting that down before it happens. Do they have a frag grenade? They don't. However, the EMP wasn't planted yet. FaZe taking out Ibin as No Rider now looking to play center on site A, and we do see a round win from Nil and the rest of Weiky, making this a 5-5, a tie game as we move into the final rounds here. Whoever wins this round is going to walk away with a match point, and the other will just have to hope for a tie.
Yeah, this is looking rough, but we look on the side of Ground Zero. They have Vezins. But if you look at the bomb side right now and you look at the history into the second half, it has always favored VVV. The aggressive push in the first round and the absolute pure aggression coming in from the side of VVV. I think also that push through the gym wall as well. They have shown that they are very capable of just taking this and forcing us to the map point in their favor. And for Ground Zero, the question is, what do you do? Do you have to reset your mental to just keep yourself in this game?
Yeah, it's time for the reset and the lock-in from Ground Zero, because they're just in such a rough spot at this point. They're in very rough shape. They've been on a consistent losing streak to Weiky all throughout this second half. They're going to need to find some kills here and get some early momentum. Paladin could go down and will go down to Lynx GTV as Emilio finds Mentara, and this could be what Ground Zero needed, as we see a final stand from Lynx GTV, finds a bit of damage onto FaZe, does get that reload in, and looking to potentially push up right into the Vezin of FaZe. It was a good start here for Ground Zero. Hope Clifford may intercept Amelia, though, deciding to head down the small stairs. Tanky over in bar, looking for some shots through the wall as Hope Clifford now makes their way into arcade.
Really great start, but I don't think Lynx had to get aggressive there. Maybe it was just a in the moment thing, as there's going to be another drone that clears it out. But that EMP, that's going to be a good amount of time to force the side of VV to try and retreat and maybe think of something new. If the side of Ground Zero still have one player in terms of advantage, and all they got to do is just defend the site. But the way we've seen over time, the amount of aggression coming in from VV, they're not going to give up.
No, they are not, and they're going to continue pushing here because they know that they have the capacity to win against Ground Zero here. However, it's going to be very tough. They're a whole player down, and they only have a minute and a half on the clock. Hope Clifford tossing that frag towards Fort, and it won't find anybody. Hope Clifford did get blinded by that flashbang, and Ivan secures that kill. Looks for a second, but Nil finds it. FaZe finds one, and it's down to a 2 versus 2 here. Just Tanky and Amelia versus FaZe and Nil, and just a minute left on the clock here in round number 11. This is so important for these teams. Tanky goes down to Nil. FaZe goes down to Emilio. Will Nil find this kill on Emilio? They don't have the EMP, so at this point, if you're Ground Zero, I think maybe just wait until you see that EMP or you hear that EMP sound cue. Nil knows exactly where Emilio is going to be coming from.
Emilio doesn't have a stim.
Oh, this could be very bad. Oh, wait, what is this? Nil is rotating. Can you even do that at this point?
It's very bold, but...
Oh my goodness, they might go for A.
The window's open!
Oh, the window's open. They're going to walk right into A.
He can't commit to that. But he's going to shoot it, and that's going to be a free plant.
He's going to go for it. Emilio might not get over in there. No, there's no way Emilio heard that. But 15 seconds left on the clock. Nil can't get the EMP planted. Is it stuck? It's stuck in the wall. There's just 10 seconds left on the clock. But Nil does get it down in Workshop. 1, 2, and 3 with just 5 seconds left on the clock. It's now just down to a 1v1 versus Nil and Emilio. And Emilio is on the move. Just 45 seconds left before this round ends in favor of Weiky, and they have a match point. And now Nil is in a bit of trouble here because there's 2 possible locations Emilio can come from, and this is going to be intense. But Emilio making their way through the connector, walking into Site B, and Emilio no, it doesn't happen. And Weiky takes match point here on Hideout.
I think I definitely jinxed it. I definitely. Oh, now this is gonna be heartbreaking if Ground Zero loses this, because the economy is still bad for God Zero. They had Vezins. I honestly thought they had it. They had the advantage. But I don't know what went down. I think Ivan absolutely did the best he can. Just tossing, not being affected by the flashbang at all. But I'm not sure the decision to maybe just still peek. It's maybe a personality and mental thing, but yeah, I'm not sure what fully happened. Not sure what went down inside the comms of the side of Ground Zero, but I don't know, VVV has just been absolutely showing up.
Yeah, it's been such a strong comeback from Weiky. They've turned. Was this another 5-1 curse, Josh?
No, it is.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
This is what is this? The third time?
I can't count. I don't know how many.
And we are off to a bad start.
At least if you're a Ground Zero fan like Hertaj every if you're a Weiky fan, that is a very good start. As they pick up a very good initial pick. Lynx GTV tossing a frag. Oh my goodness, that went quite far, but Lynx is getting live pinged by a drone right now, looking to drop down, and Hope Clifford may have is getting close to finding this kill, and they may get Lynx. Lynx looking to rotate back into dining room. Hope Clifford still looking for that kill, but they decide to let that go for now and just keep an eye on their flank. We'll see if Lynx is able to
Wait, they only have one defender on A. This is bad if no rider goes down, but Lynx is able to find Hope Clifford. That's on a flank. As now, the side of VV, they have to worry about this pressure, but I'm not sure if Lynx is paying attention that the side of VV have eyes on Lynx.
And there it is, the pick from FaZe onto Lynx, as it's now a 4 versus 3. This is a big moment for Ground Zero. Are they going to continue to remain undefeated in this Challenger Cup? Will they be able to tie up with Weiky? Ventara again on that shower windows. No Rider looks to swing out, finds the kill on the Paladin. Nil takes out No Rider's FaZe, finds Ivan. Ventara still down on the ground floor as Tanky, the last member of Ground Zero standing, picks off
That's
Nil.
his last mag.
Wait, what?
Tanky's on 10 shots. That's his final mag. He has to make this count.
Oh no, and they're in a swing or be swung battle with FaZe right now. 1:15 on the clock. There's no weapons around. Can they salvage something? 1:10 here. And Tanky is just as 7 shots in a dream, and they've used almost all of them. They're now just down to a Jesper. However, Ventara and FaZe are both very, very low. Tanky looking to swing. Almost finds Ventara, but no, it doesn't happen. Ventara finds the kill onto Tanky. And Weiky bring it back and clutch up against Ground Zero for the win.
There's no other words than what just happened. There's no, you can't even break that map down.
Yeah, I mean, it once again got down to round 12 there at the very end of it, and I mean, it got very, very close, but really Ground Zero, they packed offensive power, but once they got into the defense, it quickly turned back in favor of Weiky. Did they? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they won a single round on defense. They went 0-7 on the second half there, which, I mean, that was a pretty big scoring drought for them, and you know, they just couldn't get control over it. There were a couple of close rounds towards the end, but it didn't quite fall in their favor. In any case, the scoreboard: Lynx GTV 7-9, Emilio 10-8, Iban 8-10, Tanky 6-11, and No Rider 6-10. And over on Weiky, FaZe 11-7, Nil 12-7, Ventara 10-6, Hope Clifford 8-10, and Paladin 7-9. Now, taking a look at my bracket data, we do not have the scores for Restart versus Spectral yet, but Phantom Troop did beat Guardians 7-4, one unit beat Shinigami 7-0, and Vanguard beat Mafia 7-1, and Vex beat Blue X 7-0. So we're still waiting on Rect versus Oblivious and Restart versus Spectral. Restart versus Spectral, by the way, live over on Stream 1 right now. We'll have a look at Rect versus Oblivious, and we will potentially join back depending on how that matchup looks. If not, we'll be here in round number 4 of this NA Challenger Cup. Until then, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. Once again, I am Gibular Bob, your host, and I'm joined by Hertosh for another matchup here as we move into round 4 of matches. Just one more round after this, and then we will see who are the final teams standing. We've got Wrecked versus Vanguard here, and while we wait for the teams to start up, why don't we go ahead and talk about our sponsors that make the VRML possible, starting off, of course, with Triangle Factory, the developers of Breachers. And of course, they've been a big sponsor of the VRML since preseason, donating some cash for our prize pool, and they, of course, have put some ads for the VRML in-game, which you can find in the lobby. There's a VRML gun skin that you can purchase for 150 credits. And the teams here are going to be competing for that 8th spot and that VRML finalist skin, which is going to be recolored for Season 2. So big thank you to Triangle Factory. They're also, of course, sponsors for the upcoming VRML Con 2024 on the 20th and 21st of July. We'd also like to thank ProTube VR for providing the best VR rifle mounts and accessories. Put your controllers into cups that magnetically connect to a fully adjustable stock, or if you want to add to the immersion, you can check out the Force Tube with haptic feedback to enhance any virtual shooting experience. With a variety of other products ranging from Beat Saber to joystick mounts, ProTube VR is your one-stop shop for controller peripherals. There are a couple more that we're going to cover, but the teams have, of course, started up the map, which once again is going to be Hideouts, so we'll talk about the other sponsors afterward. But for now, let's go to Hideout. Here we go, Hertosh. Now, Wrecked has had a pretty interesting series here so far in the Challenger Cup. They've not lost the game, but they've tied twice, and they've won once.
It's a very interesting stat I haven't seen. To tie 2 teams, especially heading into the 4th round at the Challenger Cup, it is somehow... It's managed to be impressive as Black, off the rip, not even 5 seconds into the round, takes down ZK. Now the toss trying to clear out the Cubby side, but side of Wreck, it is a pretty bad start, but Kirby able to take down Black, finding that trade, but the flashbang is going to be tossed, unable to find one, but Ross trying to push through, but Beagle takes them out as Kirby Loss is going to start that EMP plant. But it's the side of Wreck, they're actually going off strong, as it's all down to Shiloh into a 1v4.
Well, this is quite the start. It looked like early momentum in favor of Vanguard, but Shiloh caught, I think, by a bit of lag there. Oh, we have a lot of lag. This is potentially concerning. Maybe Mr. Cream is going to lag out here, but yeah, a good start for Wrecked here on the offensive half. That was a strong...
Oh, that's the bot.
That's not good. Okay, that's 2 disconnects for Wrecked. We'll potentially see if we can get some rejoins here, but yeah, that was that's not good. Now hopefully they can get some people to connect. Okay, there's Mr. Cream. Before the bots just absolutely trash the economy with their horrible purchases. RCP
and somehow ZK's out as well. So now Xavier's coming in and buying an RCP. Mind you, never mind. Okay, we are fine. They are all connected. I hope that they do not crash out, because that would be bad. But
yeah, and
we do have a. I think we have a hero buy, and hopefully they're not trolling. But we do have an omen in play. Hopefully.
Oh, it's a bot.
Maybe for sake content.
It's a bot.
Yeah, maybe it was the bot.
Oh, Shiloh connects, but just not with enough time left to sell that omen. So they are stuck with it for this round. So I guess might as well make as much use of it as you can. Was it at least suppressed? It was. Okay, it was. Okay. At the very least, the bot did buy a suppressor. That's very good. Now we do see a frag toss into sight. Oh no, it's an incendiary, and Rise Optimal is just going to burn in the fires. Kirby finds that incendiary. Mr. Cream dropping a double frag as Black is getting lion ping. Beagle will find that pick, and it's now just down to Evil Jester. And look at the offensive pace that we're seeing here from Wrecked. Evil Jester gets dropped by ZK, and it's a quick 2-0.
And it is off the rip. Not even a single break. I think, unfortunately, the Omen buy, even though it was unfortunately on the bot's end, but that push coming in from Rex, and I still don't understand why would Rise. I mean, if you believe someone's holding that angle on the door, but I don't know why you would try and stay in that spot.
You know, the only thing that I would say is maybe Rise realized that if they stood up, they would get picked. If they tried to get out of there, they would get picked. So maybe just stay in the fire and hope that it'll dissipate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Apologies for the teams being mixed up. That's all fixed. Let me see here. There we go. As we get started on round number 3, will Wrecked potentially find some more momentum over Vanguard here? Let's find out as we get into round number 3 of this hideout map here in round number 4 of the NA Challenger Cup.
We're starting off with Wreck trying to clear out the drone into Garage. Making early spirit coming in from Evil Jester. Maybe find at least one towards that window side. Bob Ross hitting with a bit of a shoulder. The nade to Garage. Ends up finding no one but Beagle on the other end. Able to take out Evil Jester through that wall. And heading into the common spot. The drone there able to spot multiple players. Knowing that the side of Vanguard's there. But Rise with the frag grenade is able to find 2. And it's down to a 3v3. The Wreck team is... If you look at the HP side, it is very... the difference there. But Miss Cream trying to spray the wall ends up getting caught by Rise Optimal. And if you're Wrecked, what do you do here?
They certainly got forced into a pretty bad position here. That double frag really, really hurt their pace. But there's 2 minutes on the clock. They were fast, but you know, now they have some time to decide what they want to do. Now, potentially Vanguard is going to wise up to the intentions of Wrecked and maybe rotate somebody over to Site A to keep an eye on that. Or they could be expecting that push from B. Shiloh's waiting in Garage as we see Rise Optimal now heading over potentially to Site A. They do have 2 Vezins up on Wrecked and ZK getting that heal off. So they've sorted out their health situation. And Vanguard, on the other hand, doesn't quite have the HP to deal with this. Now, Rise Optimal finds the kill onto ZK. Can Dynamite potentially find Rise? It's a battle swinger gets swung, and Dynamite decides to swing.
Yeah, now it's game on, down to a 1v2. That proximity alarm is still ringing. Dynamite has to at least deal with that, but still unknown to Dynamite, not knowing where the Vanguard players are, is stuck with 1 minute left. But what do you really do? What do you try to attempt for your Dynamite here?
Just 45 seconds on the clock. A smoke is tossed. Dynamite does have the EMP. There's the proximity alarm I was looking for. It was in the planter. And Bob Ross looking for some shots. And yeah, this is a tough spot for Dynamite. They're going to have to push Site A here because they don't really have enough time to rotate around. Or maybe they're going to use that breaching foam to conceal their push. But they're making an awful lot of noise. And I have a feeling that Bob Ross is going to expect that. Dynamite goes down to Bob Ross. And Vanguard find their first rounds on the board.
Equal footing now as the side of Vanguard are going to start off with 2 Vezins, as that's going to be a pretty big economy boost. So I'm pretty sure that gun is just going to be tossed around. And right now, if you're Wrecked, they're actually going to go with 4 Vezins into the round, which is... And I'd argue a very risky play, because the moment you lose that, you're back to an eco into round 5, which is gonna be an awful start, because then you allow them to head into a potential 3 or 4 if you're Vanguard, but I believe it at most 3 or 4. No, 4.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here in round number 4. The lead still falls into favor of Rekt, but they're only 1 round ahead of Vanguard, and we'll see if they can continue that offensive momentum. I haven't watched Rekt play in a very, very long time. They've undergone quite a few different roster changes between from when I casted them and when they came back to Breachers VRML. But now they've got a pretty solid lineup, and they have a very, very solid play style too. They're again, they've tied 2 teams here. They've won against 1. So they're not out of the Challenger Cup yet, but a win against Vanguard would certainly be very nice for them.
This could be tough for the side of Rekt. They're able to make some progress, as they're going to be starting to set up this Breaching Foam 4A. But if you look at the side of Vanguard, Bob Ross there with that grenade. So if the moment they hear that EMP go off, that is essentially almost a free kill. If the side of Rekt don't read that, a nade tossed, a flash there, unfortunately unable to find one as the wall falls, but that static field is still available for this side of Vanguard. So that's going to buy enough time. Rise in that bathtub spot, but the EMP is going to be tossed, ends up a little bit short, but Evil Jester taking down Dynamite on that flank. But here comes the push from Rise. Evil find one, but immediately goes down. But Jester and Black find a pick of their own as it's all down to Mr. Cream in a 1v4 and just the Taurus to spare.
Heartbreak for Rekt there. They had a pretty tough push in. That static field emitter really caused a lot of problems for them. I mean, oh wow, Evil Jester, I think, spotted Mr. Cream. Wow, what is that? What a beautiful headshot from Mr. Cream. But Shiloh and Black, both with the double swing there, secure round 2 and tie this game up here in this first half.
And they're able to tie it as now 3 Vesins still in the hands of Vanguard. And now you look at the overall economy looking on Rekt. They're going to try and maybe force an eco, maybe go on a half buy, but it's not looking grim. They're going to have to go into this with at least a minimum, at least have 2 players in that 1500 range. So they're able to guarantee a Vezin, but they're going to have to find some type of new way to try and attack the bomb sites, because every single time that Vanguard has won, it's always been more than 2 players alive.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be important for them to keep as many alive as they can. I mean, not just because it's the general name of the game, but because that's really what they're using to as an advantage over Rekt here. They get that player advantage, and then they're really forcing Rekt into some difficult choices, and Rekt is just not getting where they need to in their offensive half. They had a very, very strong start against Vanguard, but Vanguard is quickly bouncing back. They've found a couple of core rounds, and they're starting to build up some momentum here on their defensive half. Will they continue to keep that momentum up is something we will find out very shortly, as Rise Optimal tossing a frag into Garage. It doesn't quite go where they wanted to. It's too shallow. A second frag is tossed, and it gets a bit of damage on a Beagle, but it doesn't find way too much success. But Evil Jester with a brutal headshot on the Beagle. That's also going to consume a frag for Rekt. As, wow, that was their one and only frag in this round.
Yeah, the frag grenade available as now the side of Rekt have made their way to Garage. But that proximity alarm is still ringing. They're able to make some progress into the laundry side. But Shiloh on the other side, able to take down Kirby. But it's down to a 3v5. Breachy Foam's going to get tossed on the other side. But if you look at the overall position coming in from Vanguard, this push coming in from Rekt, this may not work as intended.
Yeah, they've got quite a few angles that Vanguard is really dominating on. And again, it's that 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3 as Dynamite finds one. ZK finds a pick of their own. It's now just down to Bob Ross, Evil Jester, and Shiloh with a minute and a half on the clock. And Evil Jester picks up a lot of damage, I think, from the Vezin of ZK, who's now moved over to Laundry. And there's just a minute 20 on the clock. Bob Ross hanging back by Pantry. Did they spot ZK? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they did. And ZK now moving into Kitchen with just a minute 10 left on the clock. ZK is able to find a pick of their own as Evil Jester does take out Dynamite. And it's now just down to a 1v2. ZK looking to get that EMP planted. But Evil Jester just pushing up on them and manages to get the kill onto ZK to give Vanguard the lead of this matchup against Rekt. And now best case scenario for Rekt, Hartaj, is a 3-3.
Yeah, if you're Rekt, but now we go into fully kitted Vezins. As for Rekt, the question is, if you're Rekt, what do you do here? Because almost every push that you have attempted did not go in your favor. You've had moments where it's been 1vx's, and it was right there. You just had it in your grasp. But Vanguard has always managed to pull out on top, no matter the situation. And I think you have to worry about these early picks because you're having players like Beagle and Kirby that are just falling like off the rip, and not even focusing on that push because you have these lurks that are again a really big threat. You look at Evil Jester being that main impact player, and, you know, that roam as well, proving that every single kill has mattered. So if you're Rekt, maybe do you try and opt to go for the push first, or do you deal with the roam?
It's an interesting question. Maybe just go for the push and keep an eye out for that roamer. In this particular case, it isn't a roam-heavy setup from Vanguard, so that may be of benefit to Rekt. They're tossing a frag. Vanguard has actually left storage completely exposed. There's nobody in there. Rise Optimal finds the kill onto Kirby Log, as we see early pick given up by Rekt. Beagle making their way into storage, finds the pick on the Rise Optimal. And do they have a frag grenade? They don't over on Rekt, so that might hurt them. But, I mean, again, Hertage, they gave up storage, and that could be very bad for them.
Yeah, they gave up storage, but they have to flank from Silo. That's going to be a long time. They're not going to run into it until like a minute 30. But Black's able to take down Mr. Cream, and it's down to a 2v4 as Evil Jester takes down Beagle. Dynamite is still committing to this plan, immediately falls. All that is ZK into a 1v3. But if the moment he swings Garage, swings out Storage, able to find Black. But they have to find 2 members of Vanguard left to even tie this round.
Goodness, yeah, this is going to be very tough for ZK, and Evil Jester waiting for that entry finds the kill as Vanguard takes the lead 4-2 on their defensive half. So now we're going to see who is stronger here. Is Vanguard going to be able to pull through on their offense, or was Rekt hiding a secret defense? And are they going to make use of that?
Yeah, maybe they are better off as defense, because if you look at the players on the side of Rekt, in, you know, the former teams they were on, I believe, you know, you have players, you know, with Mr. Cream formerly coming in from Wicked. I believe, I'm not sure. I think Kirby also coming in from a different game. I was also on Rekt from on the X8 side of VRML. But look at the players, you know, all these players on the side of Rekt have the potential to do damage. Maybe the chemistry just isn't working as well as, you know, these other teams in the Challenger Cup, but the side of Vanguard is still doing pretty well.
Yeah, this late in the game, it could come down to mental that is really impacting these teams. You figure they've been at this for, well, how long have we been here? About 3.5 hours. So far, they've gone through several matches, and I mean, it's probably brutal to go 6-6 multiple times, and then you know, and this match is getting pretty close. So yeah, it's a battle of attrition mentally here, and we will see if Rekt are able to just keep that positive mental up as they move further and further into this Challenger Cup. With just 2 minutes 20 on the clock, Kirby Log finds Rise Optimal, looks for a swing, doesn't find one. But Mr. Cream takes out one, Bob Ross finds one, Evil Jester finds one, and it's now just down to a 3 versus 3 with 2 minutes 10 on the clock.
I really hope you caught that nade that Bob Ross did, because they were just standing there for, I think, a good amount, for like a good second, and still didn't capitalize on the kill. allowing ZK to just back up. But we are still seeing a pretty strong hold from the side of Rekt. Vanguard has to think of something with 1 minute and 46 seconds left to spare. The cloak also available as well. But the two main defenders are going to have to be Dynamite and Beagle.
And with just a minute and a half on the clock, will Vanguard make their move and get into site B? Black takes out Beagle as ZK still up by Pantry, but they're on 3 health, and Evil Jester will find that pick. Evil Jester does get refragged by Dynamite, who's looking for Bob Ross, and finds Bob Ross, and it's now just down to a 1v1 between Dynamite and Black, walks away as the winner of that exchange, making this a 5-2 game between Vanguard and Rekt. And this could be big, Heritage, because now they're going to be able to purchase those round 2 Vezins. Could this be match point for Vanguard?
We could face match point, and it was so close for Rekt there. I think now the side of Rekt are going to opt in for 2 Omens, which is a questionable pick, or even going for 3, so I'm not sure what the call is going to be here. But the side of Rekt have to find something, because they haven't won a single round for 3 rounds straight heading into in between both the first and second half.
And yeah, I mean, they're going to need something here at this point. They are desperate for any kind of rounds that they can get in against Vanguard. This is a big moment for them. I mean, they've got to, get this win here to stay competitive in this Challenger Cup bracket. A loss and the amount of ties that they've had, I think, may put them out of contention. So we will certainly see. But there's 3 minutes, a fresh 3 minutes on the clock here on round number 8. And Evil Jester making their way towards the family room balcony. Shiloh finds an immediate pick onto Kirby Log. And this is a very spread out defense, Heritage, and it's led to 2 free picks for Vanguard, who are double equaling, by the way. I didn't even realize that. I thought they were going for a Vezin.
Yeah, now the plan's just gonna go through, and I don't know how this happened. It's now they have to push into this room, going against a full stack against Vanguard members. And you have Bob Ross and you have other members. You don't know where the other's at. You have the pinch, and now it's all down to Beagle into a 1v4, but only taking down 2 before going down. That is very rough, as now we are facing match point for the side of Vanguard.
It's a very tragic end here. I mean, they're going for the bye here on Rekt. This is their last chance. Another loss here would mean a full-on win for Vanguard, and Vanguard are stacking Vezins. They've got util. They've got everything that they need to pull out a win here in their pocket. Will they be able to secure that win? Let's take a quick look at our scoreboard here. Beagle 8-6, ZK 5-7, Kirby Log 4-7, Dynamite 5-6, along with Mr. Cream. And over on Vanguard, Evil Jester 11-6, Black 6-5, Rise Optimal 8-7, Bob Ross 3-6, and Shiloh 4-3. As we get ready to head into round number 9, what could potentially be the final round of this matchup between Vanguard and Rekt. This is a very, very strong Vanguard that we're seeing here.
Yeah, very, very strong. They definitely want to keep the score that they have, and if you're Rekt, that 1 loss could definitely knock you out, because you have 2 ties, you have 1 win, you don't have a loss. But I think that 1 loss could definitely decide the way that you go out of the Challenger Cup.
Yeah, it would be very, very unfortunate for them to go this way and then fall out. But, I mean, such is the nature of the Challenger Cup. We can only have 2 people move on to tomorrow, or 2 teams move on to tomorrow, and we can only have 1 team actually win the whole thing. There goes the hatch into the dining room as Evil Jester laying down some suppressive fire, looking for a potential pick. Rise Optimal now outside of the small stairs, and maybe ZK might find a pick here. No, it doesn't look like ZK is going to go for that pick. Evil Jester looking to get that EMP planted, and Bob Ross finds a kill on the Beagle. ZK secures a refrag on the Evil Jester, but this is bad. This is very bad for Rekt.
And down to a 2v3. The two Rec members are on that ground floor. Meanwhile, all the Vanguard members are on the upper floor. It is nearly impossible to defuse that EMP, and all Dynamite could just do is just watch that EMP tick down. Trying to pick up a Cadillo, the hand shaking, and Shiloh to close it out, as that is the loss for Rect. And Vanguard still adding up another tally to their win record. And that is a heartbreaking way to go out.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Wrecked. Again, to a team that started, I mean, we started and ended with what seems like a completely different Wrecked. You know, I mean, they had very, very strong opening momentum in this game. They were really fast, very accurate, very precise. And, you know, it looks like what happened here is that Vanguard just bounced back. They just figured out how they needed to counter Wrecked, slow them down, find early picks, and ultimately they sorted out what they needed to do to gain that momentum. So let's take a look here at the scoreboard. We did have one member from Wrecked leave, but ZK 6-8, Kirby Log 4-8, Mr. Cream 6-7, Dynamite 5-7. And over on Vanguard, Evil Jester 11-7, Black 7-5, Rise Optimal 8-7, Shiloh 7-3, and Bob Ross 4-7. Now, before we cut back to a break, we do need to talk about the rest of our sponsors. We already talked about Triangle Factory and ProTube VR, but let's talk about HyperX. So you're currently hearing my voice out of the HyperX Quadcast S microphone with its unique tap to mute feature, which is very, very helpful if you're casting or if you're just recording in general or speaking to your friends on Discord or another similar platform. So big thank you to HyperX. We do have a code for them. You can use HXVRML23 for 15% off MRSP off of fully priced HyperX products in North America. And yeah, big thank you to HyperX. They, of course, hand out extra products for VRML, for our casters, for our prize pool as well. So big thank you to HyperX. And of course, Helga, the esports manager bot. So let me ask you a question. Are you tired of juggling schedules, stats, and communication for your esports team? Well, say hello to Helga, the esports management team bot that helps with just all of those problems. Currently, there is a free plan and a premium plan. And we do have a code for the premium plan, which is VRML 2024 and then capital OKF. Now, premium gets you automatic availability. Instead of having to ask for the team availability each week, it gives you match scores, which keeps track of all scrim league matches and map scores, which is very, very helpful. Along with statistics, Helga will generate statistics such as best roster, probability to win, probability to win based map, and more. Helga player performance. Helga will keep track of the KD for players per map and will generate statistics accordingly. Advanced logic. Helga will prioritize and use advanced logic for team balancing and prioritizing members for each scrim and match. Those are just a few of their features. They also do have availability announcements, VC creation, roles for each event, and event sorting. So lots of very, very nice features from that premium Helga plan. So do make sure you go ahead and check on that. But for now, that is going to do it for our sponsors, and that's going to do it for round 4 here. Again, we'll have a look at some of the other games that are happening, but if everything is wrapping up, let me actually take a look at the bracket right now. We do have 2 scores submitted. Vanguard 7-2 against Wrecked, which is what we just saw, and Mafia 7-2 against Blue X. So stay tuned. We may be back very, very soon, and make sure you do check out Stream 1 to see Restart versus Weiky. Don't go away. We'll be back soon.
again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Victor is right on top, what is this? And there's a double kill that comes in.
Welcome back for the final round of the North American Challenger Cup for the final time here. My name is Gibular Bob. I'm joined by my host, Hertaj. I don't know why exactly your name is blank right now. Let's see if that fixed it. Nah, it didn't fix it. Well, you'll be no name.
I'll just
right
be
now.
no name.
Just be an unnamed caster.
Yeah, I'll just be the unnamed caster. This is how you'll know me for the rest of the season. You know, maybe I'll just go to VRML Con with that name. Yeah, you just don't
no
call
name
me.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back with Weiky versus Vanguard, and there is a very, very interesting scenario in terms of how everything will play out. Because remember, we're picking two people to go tomorrow, or two teams to go tomorrow for that best of three. So Hertaj, why don't you break down how everything looks right now?
Okay, so right now, both A and B are looking at two key matches. On Stream A, you will have Restart versus Ground Zero. Right here, we are casting Vanguard versus Vicky. In this scenario, if for the side of Restart versus Ground Zero, if Restart wins, this will knock Ground Zero out of the Challenger Cup, basically close to, basically done. Their chances of qualifying for tomorrow is out. That is it. But if Ground Zero wins that, it is basically, it is basically anyone's game. Or for any time. So it could be 4-1 for Ground Zero and 4-1 for Restart. But what's a bit interesting is how this specific match is going to work. If Vicky wins this, that is basically Vanguard also out, and that is it. But if Vanguard wins this and Ground Zero wins it, we have a three-way tie for both first and second. So these matches are going to have to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's all coming down to this at this point, and we're going to go ahead and get started on our final map of this Challenger Cup here. It's going to be Hideout. And here we are on the final matchup here of the Challenger Cup. We're on Hideouts. Again, Stream 1 has that Ground Zero versus Restart match. And right here we have Weiky versus Vanguard. There's so much riding on these two games. And we're going to go ahead and get right into it, as we do have Weiky on the offense and Vanguard on the defense. 2 minutes 50 to go here, as Ventara hanging just outside of the laundry window. Bob Ross with that frag grenade primed, getting ready to potentially throw it at some Weiky players who make entry.
Now they're going to play a lot more patient for the side of Vicky. The nade thrown! That's good enough to take down FaZe, as that's the first step of the series. And it is just going to be a good start for the side of Vanguard. Now, nade thrown. That's a good nade as well. That's green. That's Clifford taking down Black. Now, Paladin takes down Rise Optimal as well. Down to a 4v3. Bob Ross has to defend that alone. But Shiloh still putting up resistance, taking down Paladin, as it's down to a 3v3.
And a 3v3. Why doesn't Bob Ross have a gun? Okay, now they've recovered one. There we go. There's the breach onto Laundry into Site B, the kitchen, with just 1:50 left to go. Bob Ross taking out Hope Clifford as Evil Jester finds Nil. And it's now just down to Ventara, the last member of Weiky, standing here in this first round. Will they find... I mean, this is going to be tough. This is 1 versus 3. They know where Ventara is. They have a general idea that they're around Laundry. And now I think what we're going to see is that double swing, and Ventara goes down to that swing from Bob Ross, making excellent use of the Cyclone to give round 1 to Vanguard.
Yeah, and very strong start coming in from Vanguard. They still want to stay in that top 3, mind you, because basically, I'm not sure how how ties work, because I will admit that the bracket is a little bit wonky at times, but
Oh, can you
yeah,
imagine if this ends in a tie?
if this ends in a tie, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, it will be. There will be a lot of calculation that goes into who wins this. There's so many contenders for those top two spots right now, that it's a very complex web of who exactly is in the lead, who is gonna become a finalist, or who, who's gonna go into the best of three tomorrow. So yeah, there's a lot at play here, and I think the safest outcome that we would have a definitive result in is if Vanguard wins this and if Restart wins their match. But we're still a long way off. Vanguard has played very, very well. I think they've only lost once in this entire series. And we do see a drone moving downstairs on Hideout with Hope Clifford on the move.
And the push there, a drone coming in, trying to clear out a couple of players. And gonna be a little bit more passive from that side of Vicky. The proximity alarm notifying that Paladin is hanging around the bedroom side. These shots being exchanged between Vanguard trying to hit at least a couple of players. Though proximity alarm also going off as Evil Jester finds Ventara, who was tucked in towards that main in the cubby, but Hope Clifford gets that trade.
And it's now down to a 4 versus 4 with 2 minutes 10 seconds left on the clock. Black pushing up center A. And there are still 2 trip mines for Weiky to deal with. FaZe picking up quite a bit of damage from that frag grenade. Paladin almost in fire. But we do see a frag grenade toss. That's right next to Rise Optimal. How did Rise Optimal survive that? It was right next to their foot. I'm getting flashbacks to when Plunge survived a frag right next to their foot there. Bob Ross finds a kill onto Paladin as Black finds FaZe. Nil takes out Black. Hope Clifford secures the kill onto Bob Ross, and it's now just down to Shiloh and Rise Optimal in a 2 versus 2. Hope Clifford looking to get that EMP planted. Rise Optimal goes for the push, and it doesn't work. Can Shiloh find success here as they move to center of A, and Hope Clifford with the pre-fire finds the kill onto Shiloh, and Weiky secure their first round of this matchup as well.
Yeah, and an absolute showcase from both sides. I think Vanguard, they've did pretty well on the defense, but I think over time, especially with the way that they were positioned, it ended up not working in their favor, as that allowed Vicky to just push through, essentially get that EMP plant, and only having that main defender that's in that bathtub, and instead, I'm not sure how on earth they survived it. I'm getting PTSD from that as well, but I think that bathtub pick, I think if they got that nade, it probably could have ended a little bit sooner. But I think for the side, as by the way, we are going into a fully kitted rifle round, so this could go either way, as both teams have a round of their own. So it's just deciding on who gets this next economy, who's gonna have full control, who's gonna have the better Vezins, and who could better balance how they play.
Yeah, it's really all coming down to this, as Hertaj said. This is going to be quite the round because it's going to really dictate some momentum for maybe the next 2 rounds while the other team ecos to recover back to their original position. Here we have Hope Clifford opening up the living room window with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. FaZe droning out, making sure the way is clear for their teammates as Ventara and Paladin looking to make a move. There's a flash tossed in. Bob Ross forced to head back into Site B as we do see some trip mines there. Nil dropping 2 as Rise Optimal hanging back by Laundry. There's a frag grenade toss. It's going to catch a bit of damage onto Paladin. Now 2 minutes 15 on the clock.
15, breaching foam up. Nil's going to start as that wall immediately falls. Paladin takes down Rise, who was caught off guard by a laundry room. FaZe able to take down Black, and it's all down to Bob Ross into a 1v5. Tries to push through, but with a stock Vezin and a flawless round coming in from Vicky, it is a better showing, and this could probably dictate the next half.
It certainly could. They're going to get a lot of momentum here from those Vezins and the utility Vanguard. They're able to field, it looks like 2 Vezins, but they are still not in the same shape as Weiky. They have, significantly less utility, less weapons, and it's overall going to be a bit tougher for them here on round 4. Just 2 rounds left to go in this first half. And then we'll start heading towards the end game. But still plenty of time left in this game. And this is, it was a good start for Vanguard, but they really started to fall off in terms of momentum.
Yeah, the fall off as now the side of Vanguard have to opt in for Spectrals. While Vicky's able to just opt in for Vezins, fully kitted, and the utility as well. You have 2 cloaking devices up, that's going to be in play. And the question for the side of Vanguard is, how do we try and make the most out of this round?
Yeah, Vanguard are going to need to start thinking about how they need to get control back over this game. Again, I think just slow down Weiky as much as they can. They could benefit from a roamer probably. However, Weiky is pretty thorough with their drone work, so it might be difficult to get a roamer in there, but yeah, they're gonna have to have somebody off a site here to at least try and throw them off a bit, because they're getting funneled into their own sites, and then they're just getting wrapped by Weiky, and they push in, and it's just not working for Vanguard right now. They're gonna need to change things up. That's the general consensus here, as we do see a drone moving through family room balcony into site A. Black will nab that as they move to center of site A, the bathroom. Ventara flashing himself up on the roof. But, Ventara is very, very good at messing with their opponents through this window. There's another flash, and his Paladin drops themselves with a frag grenade. Oh my goodness, not what you need to be doing right now. They were looking for Rise Optimal there again, but Rise Optimal wasn't there. And so they won't get a grenade kill that way. There's a frag out. Oh my goodness, FaZe is going to catch that frag grenade from Rise Optimal. Ventara dropping 2 on that window, but will get refragged by Black as Nil finds Rise Optimal, and it's now down to a 2 versus 2, but the EMP has been planted by Weiky. So it's all about the retake now, and Hope Clifford finds Black, and it's once again down to Shiloh, but Shiloh only has a Spectral here, and they're going to need to find a Vezin. There it is. There's a Vezin and a heal. Oh, they've fired. They've given up their position, so Hope Clifford now has some extra intel to work with, and
there's the that's a save.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be a save. But I guess they did get 2 heals out of it, but still a troubling round here for Vanguard.
Yeah, this especially not a performance you would want, especially on defense. The stakes are a lot more higher. No room for error, as the side of Vicky has been absolutely slamming, quote unquote, in terms of the rounds, but it has been so close every single time. And I think these simple, tiny decisions that the side of from both sides have heavily impacted the next couple of rounds or the current round, as the decisions that they made were a little bit questionable at most. But for the side of Vanguard, what do you try and do something here? Because you could be pretty close to getting knocked out and not qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got to start putting some points on the board. Now, they do have 1 round, so if they're going for an offensive bounce back on Vanguard, they do have at least 8 rounds.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Lockout. No, don't say it again. Don't say it again. We have seen too many 5-1 curses today, and that would be absolutely crazy if we saw another one. We'll see what happens. We're on the penultimate rounds here of this first half. Next round is going to be that halftime round. We're going to see the switch up as Shiloh rotates back into Waterfall with 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Prime wall and then open wall as the side of Vicky, a drone toss to clear out, try and find some information about where these players of Vanguard are. The roam's there, able to spot one, able to spot at least two, but they just gave up storage.
Oh,
They gave up storage, and this could be the deciding factor, as that drone is just able to really clear out. The only door blocker is just standing in the way, but it's enough to do damage as Paladin finds Evil Jester. The spray through the wall, unable to find one, but Black's able to take down Paladin. But now, I believe Bob Ross is in a bit of a bad situation as the player's stuck. Hope Clifford finds a rise. But look on his B side, the breaching foe's gonna start to set up as it goes down. It's gonna be a spray. Nail able to find Bob Ross. It's a push through down to a 2v4. Ventara is able to take down Black all down to Shiloh into a 1v4. Goes down as well. Is up to 4 for Very Very Vicky here. And it is an absolute roll.
This is just not what you want to do if you're
you don't want that.
If you're Vanguard. I mean, you cannot give up storage to any Weiky. We saw something very similar when they went against Ground Zero. They just stack up in storage, they pop open that wall, and then they just use their numbers advantage to rip apart the core of that Vanguard defense. And that is a very, very big wall to give up. You're exposing a crucial part of the site. And it can really, really impact a round, just like we saw there. This is the moment of truth for Wendy Weedy Wiki. Do you go into the second half 5-1? Oh, jeez. Just saying it makes me nervous for what could happen. But yeah, I mean, Vanguard are going to need to start putting some rounds on the board. Best case scenario for them right now is a 4-2. Best case scenario for Wendy Weedy Wiki is the 5-1.
And we start off, and you look at the side of the economy for Vanguard. They have the potential to keep them in it, maybe force a 4-2. But they need to position themselves a lot more better, because they've been caught in these more common angles, and they end up falling a bit early before the side of Very Very Vicky have even made their way into side. You have 2 roamers in the balcony side, as well as 3, but you only have 2 defenders holding the bomb sites, so it is questionable. But Rise is able to take down Nail, who tries to cross through the door, and Evil Jester from below on the A side takes down, and a better showing from Vanguard as it's down to a 2v5 for Very Very Vicky.
Look at the control that they've had over this push. Evil Jester dropping phase. And, I mean, that was just absolute dominance from Vanguard. It's now just down to Ventara, who is tossing some flashbangs. And, I mean, there's 2 minutes on the clock. It's a 1 versus 5. You know, there's no reason to save. Are we going to see Ventara maybe play for picks, or full send it?
You know, I heard a little tale that Ventara grappled their way to a window, and they didn't inspect this tripwire, so they end up taking 20 damage. They stim, and then Black just swings outside a window to just for it. But I think Ventara's
trying to predict what's gonna happen.
I kind of want to. You know, hey, it's a minute 35. It's absolutely flawless on Vanguard, as. No, oh wow.
Hertage, the fortune teller of breaches, if you would say. As we see, Ventara drop in, does secure a kill on the Rise Optimal, but Bob Ross secures that refrag. Didn't quite go the way you thought it would, huh?
You know, hey, sometimes I think the tarot cards were a bit wrong. You know, I just think that a evil spirit took over it.
It's certainly been a very fast game, hasn't it? I mean,
it has been fast. Meanwhile, if you're for some reason not tuning into the other side of Stream 1, it is a lot more closer than we have. I believe they are currently, unless I'm way behind in the stream, it is 1-2 in favor of Restart on Skyscraper. Never mind, I take that back. It's 3-1. Okay. Yeah, it turns out I was behind on stream.
Well, that's
it's not bad.
Not closer than this one. It's still 2 rounds apart.
No, I will say restart. From what it looks like, they are on offense. So crossing fingers that goes longer.
In any case, back over here in Vanguard versus Wiki. We're on round number 7, and we're seeing Vanguard getting ready to make entry here over by Garage. Black sitting and watching that bedroom window, waiting for a potential pre-frag from Wiki, but No such thing is happening. 2 minutes 40 on the clock as Rise Optimal watching that foyer door. Evil Jester watching the other side. And, I mean, we're seeing VVV stick pretty close to the site here. They don't have anybody playing off. Except for maybe FaZe, who's just by the door to living room.
Yeah, and now the side of Vanguard, they're making their way to the garage. And now it's a potential push. Garage, the breach phone start to set up. FaZe trying to shoot some bullets, maybe find at least one piece of chip damage through the wall.
Ventara and Evil Jester just so close to finding the head of each other. Evil Jester picking up a bit of damage from Ventara out in living room.
That's a huge chunk too. They don't have any health syringe. So that is basically close to a player out. And the wall's gonna go down the side. The smoke toss nade
Wow.
wall. That's gonna find Paladin.
Wow.
Does a check as that's gonna be both walls. Hope Clipper swings through and Neil finds Rise, but Hope Clipper still pushing on in. Finds one. Finds the black two phase.
But look
the
at Hope
pinch is
Clifford
still
on
happening.
the flank. Oh my goodness, no way. Through Laundry, Hope Clifford has control of Laundry right now. The EMP has not been planted, and Bob Ross is caught by Nil. It's now just down to Shiloh. Oh my goodness, this could be a 5-2 game before you know it. It's just down to Shiloh here to clutch up, and Hope Clifford finds the headshot. It's a 5-2 game with Weiky leading Vanguard by 3.
And it is an absolute showing coming in from Vicky. And just Vanguard, this could knock them out. This pretty much has that main potential. As we are, pretty much still deciding because I have a pretty good measure that a restart is, guaranteed to play for tomorrow, but that second slot, it is anyone's game here. But if you are Vicky, you are making an absolute statement right now.
We've had a disconnect, I think, from Rise Optimal over on Vanguard. That's not good. Those offense spots are particularly troubling because they usually see Peter is going for the window play on the bar. They're going to commit to that. And, it could end up as a potential pick. So we'll see if we can get Rise Optimal in here before Bot Peter charges unto their death. Okay, Rise Optimal did disconnect. And they will be using that Omen for this round. So it's going to hurt their eco quite a bit because that bot heavily invested. But Ventara finds Shiloh very, very early into this round as we see the other members of Vanguard over by Site A. Bob Ross takes out that static field emitter. And there's 2 minutes 40 left on the clock as a frag is primed by Bob Ross. You have to wonder how Weiky is going to set up for this push.
Vanguard's rotating their way towards the other side. They're making noise to maybe distract the side of Vicky. But look at the push. The EMP's actually heading towards the storage side. Bob Ross pushing on through. But the time is there. And speaking of which, 5-1 curse on restart versus Ground Zero. Anyways, back to the action. Evil Jester on the side of storage, not realizing that there's 3 on the side inside of storage, but matter is who gets that pick, as it's going to be Evil Jester that has fell. Now Bob Ross has to think of something new, something different. As the nade, it's close, but doesn't find Ventara. The bounce probably didn't go in their way. Now 1:43 left on the clock. What can you do here if you're Vanguard? You have every single position unlocked, but FaZe able to take down Rise. But what do you do here? And it's down to a 1v5. If you're Bob Ross, what is your best option?
Well, at this point, Bob Ross doesn't really have anything to lose to go for this push here. But Vanguard are going to have to go for the tie. That's all they can do. If this ends as a 6-2 for Weiky, they're going to have match point. And Vanguard are just gonna have that rifle round. Wait, was this the rifle round? No. Okay, it was their double eco. Okay. But yeah, they're
bonus.
This is gonna be tough. For Vanguard. There's only 50 seconds left.
This is gonna go to 6. This is going to 6, and this is probably the worst way this has went for Vanguard. You are at 0. Your economy is also heavily staggered.
Mm-hmm. Very rough.
Yeah, so basically you're gonna go in with SMG's very little utility to try and coordinate pushes and force these isolations to have it in your favor.
I mean, on the brink of defeat, we've certainly seen some teams half by and, turn a Vezin, a defense full of Vezins into, momentum for themselves. I've seen teams win on eco rounds. It's not impossible. But in the case of Vanguard, it's going to be very tough because, Weiky does not seem like the team who would slip up and make, a mistake as crucial as, getting too ahead of themselves right now. They're just going to lock in. They're going to go for that win. They're on match point right now, and Vanguard is on the brink of losing out of this Challenger Cup.
Yeah, it is close. Speaking of which, I repeat, if you are somehow not watching both streams between me and Bob and the other casters, we are all on Series Point. We are all on Series Point.
They're on Series Point
yes.
on the other one too?
Yeah, 6-1, Restart versus Ground Zero. So, from what it looks like, we may have a 3-way for second.
Wow.
That's gonna
be quite the mess for the moderators to sort out in terms of who's going to the best of 3 tomorrow. And make sure you tune in to that. We've got 2 best of 3s that are going to take place for our Challenger Cup winners to determine the 8th spot in both regions. EU will again begin at 1 EST, and NA will begin again at 6 EST. But for now, we are entering what could be the very final round of this matchup. What could be the momentum that Weiky needs to propel themselves into that tie for second place. We shall find out. 2 minutes 40 on the clock as Bob Ross has just tossed that EMP. And we do see Vanguard on a bit of an eco here. Only 3 Vezins fielded, an RCP, and a Spectral. And I have a feeling Weiky are not going to be giving them any momentum at all.
Yeah, Weiky are fully tucked in, not budging a single moment, no aggression from Weiky, absolutely giving Vanguard nothing to try and maybe capitalize on. You look at Cyber Rise, they're able to spot a couple of tripwires, but that proximity alarm is going to start ringing. Natos, unfortunately gonna find the kill, does find chip damage. But smoke's there, questionable smoke at best, but they do have frag grenade, so if the EMP is gonna go for blind, they have enough time to delay it. But Hope Clifford, that could be the dagger that they needed, and they'll find Jester as it's down to a 5v3, and we could be seeing a 3-way as it's just
a frag.
down to DC.
No tags onto Shiloh, who's now on the stairs out in family room balcony. Ventara is looking for some damage and does catch a bit. On to Shiloh. There's now just a minute 20 on the clock. Ventara pushes out, gets refragged. Hope Clifford refrags, but gets refragged by Black, and we're just in a game of trades as it's now just down to a 1 versus 3. Black versus FaZe, Paladin, and Nil. With just a minute 10 left on the clock, the EMP is down outside of Site A. This is Vanguard's last chance. Black is going to have to do something, secure that 1v3 clutch, or potentially get that EMP implanted and last 45 seconds, but Nil finds the damage. Nil takes out Black, and Weiky take it 7-2 over Vanguard to tie themselves up for second place. What an end to this NA Challenger Cup for us here. Any update for us, Hertaj, on what's going on?
Research is straight up on that. So
wow.
If I'm correct, this is, I believe, a full 3-way. Or no, hold on. This could be. Actually, somehow we forgot about one unit. And they're fine. So, and I'm too lazy to do math, but I do believe VVV could go through because they do have that tie. But I'm not sure until don't trust me. I'm just a commentator until we get a final call from the mods. Second place is still up for grabs.
Yeah, so well, at least we know that Restart is going to be confirmed as one of those teams in the best of 3. But let me run through the scoreboards here, and then we'll wrap up. Ventara 6-6, FaZe 3-5, Paladin 5-6, and the other 2 members of Winning BD Wiki did leave. But over on Vanguard, Bob Ross 7-6, Black 6-8, Evil Jester 4-7, Rise Optimal 2-9, and Shiloh 2-6. And it has been a very, very long day here for us over at the VRML. But we do, of course, appreciate you all sticking with us here for the NH Challenger Cup. That is going to do it for us over here. We had the EU Challenger Cup earlier in the day, and again, tomorrow we will have the final best of 3s to determine the 8th spot in each region. 1 p.m. EST is going to be the start of the EU BO3, and 6 p.m. EST is going to be the start of the NA BO3. And I mean, it's just crazy, Heritage, because we are in the very first weekend of the postseason. If you thought it couldn't get any crazier than what we saw today, all of these matches, all of the action that we saw, we still have 2 more weekends. We got the semifinals coming up. We've got the close qualifiers. It's going to be very, very exciting. But for now, we're going to call it quits over here at the VRML for today. Once again, I'm Gibby Bob. This has been my co-caster, Heritage. We will catch you tomorrow for the best of 3. Have an amazing night, everybody.
Reachers VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager, Triangle Factory. Thanks for watching VRML.